Doing? Welcome. Holy radioite from 32,000 feet up in the sky. On a flight to work. Interesting. Well, what we got today is interesting. Yeah, actually have good connection there. And everyone else as well. Vile, Apostle, Hokkaido Bear, Dan Kitty, Spartus, Paskadenka. Everyone else is here. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Patch tomorrow. Before that, we're gonna level some glyphs and some stuff. And I think we're almost done with that, right? 97, 96. Okay. So I don't need too much here, but I also need a Merc. Merc. Yeah. Morning. It seems pretty stable. I guess Ian has a satellite following us. Well, Starlink is pretty strong, that's for sure. Koenig Orden build for pit push. It's in the Maxroll guide. Check that in the variant. Shit, I have the numbers on. Okay. Morning wind. Yeah, so far so good. Everything. I think we're gonna do more Belials and stuff today. Wanna like finish some stuff on the Spiritborn. But I have time with the Spiritborn. I have like the 3 mythics slammed already, so I can kinda take it easy, I think. Sorg is basically ready, my Paladin is basically ready. Hi Bob as well. Hi Frosch. Hi Zettabyte. Lucky, hooray. I guess the connections are like 100% perfect. It is what it is. Wait a minute, I just realized that while I was offline, someone redeemed Get VIP. Is that for real? What the fuck? 7 hours ago. Holy shit. Okay. Well, wherever they are, they got VIP now. Billy Vav. I don't know how to say that name exactly. That's a lot of cucumbers, yes. Did we try the Imbiber glyph while we added? Okay, we are almost there, right? Destruction, control, tactician, reinforced, charge. Okay, so we dropped the reinforced, I guess. We go Imbiber.
Hello. Greetings.
So that's 260 and 107. Let's see how it feels to play like this.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Six million 666,000 cucumbers to make you play Hello Kitty Island. Let's go. Yo, MJ Stolen, thanks for what's up, man. I am ready, beating chicks. You realize if you beat me on a solo leaderboard, then you have to play group with me to get rank 1. I'm doing good, MJ. And you? Okay, and the Environment Clip is not too bad of a downside here on this character. Just need to remember to press the potion sometimes. And that's about it. But it's actually pretty chill. About to sign a contract for a new house build. Oh, congratulations. Distribution finding much easier to get wound hands and gloves and rings. Is that acceptable stat swap? Yeah, that's okay. I tend to put it on rings for not any particular reason. I guess on the gloves you want to have, like, you know, crit attack speed cooldown, and then there's one more stat left. And I guess the same applies to rings, but the crit roll on the ring is smaller than on the glove. So you can like replace that crit roll with the vulnerable there basically, and it's like a slight benefit in that sense. But if you hit the caps anyway and all that, it doesn't matter. These ones are actually pretty chill, I gotta say. It's 97, 98. This is like 2-3 minutes. Yeah, congrats, Bell. What build are you doing? Crosshair is usually a pretty optional item. It's just kind of like a bit of a damage boost before you actually get like a perdition or something. On hardcore in particular, it might actually not be a bad idea to just go normal helm and do some defensive stuff there. Especially on Paladin, where you like so easily go up in difficulties with your damage. They might actually be more inclined to stack defense. Blessed shield there. Yeah, maybe it might be better to just like put a helm there, get some defensive mod, get an on guard temper to get you 100% block. 100% block is pretty important in hardcore, pretty early. 120 on Spirit Ball, nice Harley. Which build are you doing there? Are you doing the payback stuff? Double static. Yeah, let me know how's that double static going. Because I don't think it's like perfectly consistent, right? Sometimes you just pop. Is that how it works? Okay, one of these explosions does like half of my barrier. So that is noticeable for sure. It's rough out there. Yeah, that's what I figured. Like, I'm not even trying to go for the double static stuff on hardcore. I think it's probably not the way. It's actually the first time that we really have like a different build in hardcore and softcore, I think. Because I think this one is just not doable in hardcore. Are you fishing only for like melee monsters and stuff, or like what do you do? We can't do Arsenal because no one is on T2. Yeah, I mean, it's a month into the season, you know, there's not much going on T2. Their bosses are a pretty good source of Whisper recipes, and sorry, their bosses and the Whispers are good source of the temper recipes, you should try those. Yeah, so another 98, and then 1 or 2 99s, and we are done with the sock. Also missing this thing here. What is going on here? Oh. I like that. much crit do we have? Way too much, actually. Have to set up right now. Two for 1.2. 240.3. So this is like 900. It's like 0.4%. Interesting, I just realized that this thing didn't proc earlier, no? Or maybe it did and didn't notice. Okay. Where's the best place to put Scroll of Escape? In the bottom left slot in your consumable inventory. And on a hotkey here on your wheel. I do have movement speed on this build, on boots in this build. Because you still wanna, like, you know, run sometimes and stuff, no? You don't have infinite teleports. So you need to make pulls and dodge stuff and whatever. And if nothing else, you just have more movement speed in town, which is very nice. Like, I also put movement speed on, like, I think Oradin and stuff, where when you're in Arbiter form, you have capped movement speed anyway, but... Well... You wanna go fast in town too, you know? Wait, but Isle is still showing up. Oh, save the thing, okay. What did I remove this? Wait a minute, my lightning spears should actually trigger, and my familiars as well, right? They should also trigger Frost Novas, yeah. I just realized. And then when I have the ice armor up, I should do extra damage. Maybe I can min-max of the Imbiber Glyph to the point where I keep like one potion ready for when I see the Frost Nova proc. How can casuals compete with streamer with multiple Uber signification rules in their unique items? They have 0. That's what it is this season. And of course you would expect that it's like some sort of like minimum time required to get to the point where your character is, you know, basically finished, right? So in typical ARPGs we're talking about somewhere between 50 to 100 hours. That should be kind of like the entry level. Way like, you know, close enough, I guess. And then, you know, the rest should be decided by luck and skill. So this is kind of like where it should land. But right now it's definitely too much on the no life and gear and luck side, and not too much on the skill, I think. Which is a bit sad, but, you know, that's gonna change, I guess. Because there's people that, you know, have blasted this season for like hundreds of hours, like 200, even 300 hours or so, and they also didn't get their gear. So, yeah. While it's fun to do sanctifications, I think there needs to be some sort of like realistic, you know, finite goal. If they want to keep the competitive integrity a little bit intact. I mean, it's okay that, you know, you can always upgrade the gear, right? Like, the grind needs to be infinite, but the difference in having like a 100-hour character and a 200-hour character should not be very stark, right? Like, if a 100-hour character is like 90% of the way there, and a 200-hour character is like 97% of the way there, then that's okay. Shackle Slam on softcore and Grandfather on hardcore. By their powers combined, I can almost do tower. I just need a Stardust as well. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, I don't really want to remove stuff like Grandfather and Stardust Slams, because it's also cool, right? Like, it's just fun. So, they need to find a way to kind of like, either make more other good outcomes that it can also hit or something. That are like, you know, maybe closer at least to the average, or something. Or like, you know, the average needs to kind of move up a little bit towards the GG outcomes. Or there needs to be other GG outcomes as well that it can go for. Or maybe some sort of like RNG relief, right? Where, okay, like after some time, okay, you have like 100 sparks and you just fucking slam the Grandfather, or I don't know, some shit like that, right? So, something, I think, would probably be the way there. Well, I don't know, like, you take, you know, you take like 10 Grandfathers and slam them or something, you know, like if you have 10 times this mythic you want to try to slam, you can guarantee it or something like that, right? So you found 10 Grandfathers and go. I mean, something like that could also be an option. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some sort of way to get this stuff. Even with like a lot of effort. But without the despair, basically. At some point. Rob's Hoda build is literally impossible to make. No, I mean, for Hoda you just need to slam a Silic somewhere and then you can play the build, right? So you don't need anything else, that's just like the starting point. You just need to spam boots or something until you get a Silic, and that's it. I mean, I haven't really seen Rob's build, but I know how the bot build works in general. So, as long as you get your Silic, you're chilling. Yeah, pick your Sank, I'm not sure. I think like this should be reserved for only like these like crazy outcomes. And it should be something that is like extremely painful and grindy to do. But you know, there's some sort of last resort option, like, you know, you slam 2,000 pans and you don't get your grandfather. There should be a way to solve that at some point, right? So that's basically it.
Thanks.
Okay, so one more run. 100, 100, 100. It's just reinforced, but okay, I'm gonna do it. Hello, Michi. Yeah, they dream about the tower and my version sucked. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if pity system is the way for sanctifications. How would that even count, right? Oh yeah, after every 100 sanctifications you are guaranteed to get a sank, the mythic, right? And then you could actually like game that system really hard, right? Then you would have to count, okay, which is my 100th item that I'm slamming? I'm gonna take the best one, and they're gonna guarantee the mythic on it. I mean, that's also kind of stupid, right? So, we don't want that. Like, the best part about sanctifications is that it can turn, like, you know, shit into something good, right? And it's just like a fun thing to do. It just needs to be mostly random. And you try to shit into something uber, no one cares anymore about good or bad gear, that's a big problem. That's actually only true to an extent. Like, I was slamming a lot of really shitty items at the start of the season, and now my standards have risen so much that I barely slam anything anymore. So there's certainly some sort of progression here. Yeah, sure, it matters to get a grandfather, but then at some point it matters to have the grandfather on a good slot too, you know? Like, I have like, I don't know, 12 different boots that have grandfather or something. And, well, almost all of them are just like absolutely awful. So, I don't even want to touch them. When he's saying this items, yeah, when you go for the 4GAs. I think this is done here. Nice. Not sure about this Unleash, but I don't have anything else to level. You have it now, so let's just do this. Okay, I got the glyphs ready. The amount of GA and items increased chance for rare sanctifications. It's not a bad idea, I think. Because that would shift the grind more towards the gear and less towards just like slamming random 750 boots non-stop, right? At least at some point, right? I guess like, you know, let's say week 1, you're still gonna take every 750 boots and slam them until you get a grandfather, but then later you wanna replace that, right? And I kinda like this idea actually. I think in general putting like more value on rarer gear is a good idea. For example, as also with like the temper scrolls, right? Like when you retemper, it's only 1 charge per scroll. And I would think it would be way better if like the scrolls refill all the charges. It's like much less clicking and also gives more value to high GA items, for example. So you don't have those little details that would just make it feel a little better, I think. Do you go to World Boss? Why not? Yeah, like it's definitely like I like that it's like super hard to get and super rare. But the problem is the UIs and the crafting. Like I spent I don't know how much, but I'd say probably 15% at least of my playtime this season here. You know? And that is too much. That's way too much. So we're talking about like, I don't know, at least 50 hours or something. I was just standing here, slamming gear. So that just takes too long. They need to make this process 1,000 times faster. And this can be done with just UI improvements and, you know, hotkeys and whatever, but it's not so much that, you know, I don't mind that I have to collect like, what, 5,000 items. It's just the process of actually preparing them is way too long. Interesting that the World Boss shows the timer there, but not on the map. Shine. Yeah, like I think that should maybe make it so that the norm is still that you know get the random sanctifications outcomes and you try like a few hundred times, but then at some point you're like, fuck man, I just can't get it. Okay, I'm gonna farm like 10 grandfathers now, and then I'm gonna just put it on this thing or something like that, right? But yeah, the thing is, if you get like a way to like guarantee it, then you would always put it on your best item. You put this best sanctification on your best item, and that is also a bit rough. So I'm not sure. Like, you know, the fun part about sanctification is that you don't end up with your best item most of the time. So, you know, then you have to like, you know, pivot and you have to do something and like fix your build and stuff like that. Morning, Wonkas. Need more aspects or aspect sanctifications, not mythics. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially like utility aspects and stuff like that, they can do a lot of cool things. I would also like to see more interesting stats. Like I want to see something that says, okay, you have like a lucky hit, chance to gain resolve stack or something, and then you have that on a Sork, you know, and now you Sork with resolve or some shit like that. That would be cool. What am I farming for? Today is mostly glyph leveling day, I think. I don't have all of my glyphs at 100 on all of my characters, so this is what I'm gonna do for now. And then, I mean, I have like 800 Belial mats now, so I might log in on a Spirit one later, do some Belials. Although, yeah, okay, it's mostly Harmony actually, just slams. Alright, I need to get Harmony. Maybe gonna get an upgrade on my Kapaleka, but that one is already pretty decent. Paladin is up to date. Did not play much this season. What is Tower? That's like a system similar to the Pit with a leaderboard. Actually, need to start selling some stuff again. 1415B. Doing nothing. Will the leaderboard be based on time or difficulty? First on difficulty, then on time. It's similar to Pit, basically. It's not like the Gauntlet where I had like this like super low level like feature.
A hammer sings on your return.
It is done.
5 ascendants. Ain't no way I can do these solo. Yeah, you can quadruple it if you do it in a party, so good luck with your 1600 ascendance runs. Best class to push with your friend Paladin and Tower is, Paladin.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Afternoon, Sophie. There is solo and group leaderboards, yeah. Max are doing a tower tier list, so it'll be the same as the push one. Well, the push tier list is intended to be for the tower, basically. For now, it was obviously for the pit because there was no tower, but it will be exclusively the tower in the future, basically.
There is magic in all.
And I mean, okay, the tier list doesn't really change, you know, like the same builds on the top that are already at the top in the pit, you know, nothing is really happening there. Besides, okay, the tower might favor certain builds a little bit more than the pit did, for example, right? So elite killing is a bit more of an factor, and boss killing is a bit more of a factor, especially single target bosses. And we know previously in the pit, people were able to cheat the boss kill a little bit with some builds when you benefited from having ads on the boss. That is not a thing in the tower. So it might shift a little bit, but it's almost exactly the same anyway, so...
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Okay, how's my glyphs doing here? Day 2 back on hardcore, not played hardcore since Spiritborn launch. Nice, good luck, Dapper. I got flickers and murals here, actually. Anyone interested in Mars flicker steps? I have like 50 of them or something. Need rings bad, okay. Yeah, I have some rings saved up for Paladin in case I need to do something. But for now I'm keeping those. How's my glyphs here? 100, 100, 98, 96, 92, 91. Okay, okay. I actually don't have to do much here. But I think you have to do the Imbiber glyph, right? So I think I'm gonna level this one. Might have to do this on my Judgement guy as well. How's my attack speed here? Low. I need to merc.
You fight well, Rainier. I've honor to help, friend.
You see, everyone is running Judgement with 2 glyphs, Auto Judicator, Kenny, Honed. Yes, there any reason behind specific combinations. Yeah, Honed is probably slightly less damage, but it gives you resources. So that might help in case you can't fill your resources before your Ahu Quacks comes back, basically. So you trigger Quacks like basically every second, and basically in every second you need to fill your resources. And if you can't do that with your procs and your regen, then you go Honed, I guess. Judicator is just kind of nice, because it has a pretty nice secondary effect. And Kenny is kind of like the backup glyph. It's not that strong though. But most of the time, like, you know, glyphs end up in like very similar performance anyway. You know, the glyphs are basically all copy pasta. Okay, 10% damage here, 10% damage there, 10% damage there, or something. So there's like not really too much to really shift around or something. Is there going to ready push or no point? There's no point, but I will do it. I mean, I spent that 100 hours preparing this build, you know. Of course I'm going to push it. But there's no point. I have to do a rank 1 with the Judgement. Yeah, in terms of like which glyph has a slight edge, I mean you have to map it out exactly. Between Kenny, Honed and Judicator. And then you have to like figure out, okay, 100% crit chance should be a given, I guess. So Honed should always be giving you like the full value of the primary effect. But then you don't have like any secondary effect on it besides a bit of resource. Then you have to check, okay, does the resource actually matter for anything or not? If it does matter, then Honed is maybe not really the way. On the other hand, you have very low additive damage pool on Paladin. So just the Honed additive is already like above 20% or 25% or something by itself. It's quite a lot of additive. Yo, all the power of the raid. I see. Hello guys. Thanks by the way. How's your stream been?
Still unique. What's left, you ask?
It's 124 pit okay as Hamilton. Well, that's pretty good. That's probably getting a little bit close to the max. I'm not sure exactly where it lands, maybe up to 130 or so. On the very high end. Founder of 70V? Wait, what? This is Orden push build. No, this is Shield of Retribution right now. I think I can just equip my push gear on this guy, right? Because we're not pushing for rank 1 of this anyway. I might just delete all this gear and equip my push gear, actually. This is just my backup stuff right now, but there's not really a point to run the backup stuff anymore. Since there's no Shield of Retribution push. Mm-hmm. Subscriber founder. Oh, interesting. I see it now. Missing starter sank. Good luck with the final preparations. Which build I'm playing for a Tower of Paladin. Will be mostly Judgement, because that's the rank 1 build. But I will be pushing this as well, so that's why I'm leveling the glyphs right now. I have like a few more glyphs to finish. So today I'm gonna make sure I have all the glyphs prepared, so I don't have to step into the pit again. It's basically just tower and stuff. So not all of my guys have like level 100 glyphs in every slot. Solo and group leaderboard. Just to indeed all the retribution stuff, there was drop a shadow patch for it. I mean, it's not unlikely they will do more patches. And, okay, maybe, you know, when the first tower leaderboard closes, they're gonna do a patch or something. And maybe then they're gonna fix some stuff, so I'm obviously not deleting my gear. It's more like, okay, like, I guess only the first leaderboard really matters, right? The first 2 weeks. So I wanna get rank 1 on that, on hopefully at least Paladin and Zork. And okay, after that, I don't know, right? I mean, okay, I might log in and do another push or something, and you know, whatever, but nothing really big, right? The first leaderboard is the one that matters, I guess. So this is the plan. And yeah. In that case, I'm gonna try to hit the ring 1 there. This will not be Shield of Retribution. So I will not delete my Shield of Retribution character or something, you know, I'm literally just leveling glyphs right now. Versus F1 is the true leaderboard. Yeah, that's also true actually when SSF comes. So I have to get rank 1 now and when SSF comes out. So that's the plan, I guess. But yeah, I guess when the time for SSF comes, we're not gonna have everyone playing the same class, right? Right now there's the advantage that everyone is playing Paladin, basically. But yeah, when SF comes, who knows when, you're probably not gonna have such a moment where everyone is on the same class. So it will mean a bit less to get to rank 1. But it will also mean more to get rank 1, so I guess. Six times success, okay. Is SF actually coming to D4? Yes. Okay, so on 6 jar, 6 Q, 6 scar, 6 bug, 6 coin, 6 money. So he wants to craft exactly Starless. Is that Starless for jar? No, that's Ohm. It's Perdition. Okay. So 1.2.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
And Junior 74?
Hello.
Can you imagine if D4 is SF was like last Epoch Circle of Fortune? It would be so good. Yeah, Circle of Fortune is very fun. But the problem is that D4 is already such a sped up progression, right? Like you can't really speed it up even more. So first you have to slow down the game and then speed it up with SSF, I guess.
Greetings.
Hello.
Sorry, husks. I think we're gonna see a bunch of Asian names on the top 10 leaderboards. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's plenty of Asian players, but China is on their own realm. I mean, okay, there's some people that will probably play from China on the global realm, but I think most of them will probably be on the China realm. And, okay, I mean, it's like also Korea, Japan, whatever, right? They're all on a global server. We're definitely gonna see some there, I think. I mean, looking at like Helltide's leaderboard, for example, there's definitely been people uploading clears from like Asian countries. And I don't see why we wouldn't, like, you know, why wouldn't we see them on the actual leaderboard as well, right? But in hardcore, I don't expect too much. Usually hardcore is not such a big deal in the Asian countries. But on softcore, there's definitely more going on. At least until SSF comes out. I think when SSF comes out, you're probably going to see more of the Europeans. What is the pit tier scaling? I don't know what it is before pit 100. It's relatively low. But after pit 100, it's 32% multiplicative per tier. So it's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, 105 is like roughly 3 times as hard as, or more than 3 times as hard as 100. So if you think, hey, this guy cleared 105 and I cleared 100, I'm so close. Well, the answer is actually, you're 4 times worse than the other guy. That escalates quickly. Yeah, the system is pretty stupid, I think. It's way too much scaling per tier. It's not good the way it works. They have to fix that in the expansion. It's just completely out of whack. Okay, let me see that. Shield of Attribution. Why is this showing? Do you have a push Paragon here? Imbiber replaces Hound. So Spirit, Imbiber, Outmatch, Resplendence. No Revenge. And we have Sentinel. Okay, Spirit, Resplendence, Sentinel, and then Outmatch here. And then the Imbiber. Okay.
what's left, you ask?
Great three sisters didn't all right each other. Wait, do you have 3 dungeons open or what? Hi Yoga, by the way. Yo, Vasquez. So what's up? I noticed that Consecration Spark tried with both Consecration and Condemn was dealing better damage with Consecration. Yeah, because Consecration gives you 15% damage by itself. There's also a damage buff in Consecration and then the weaken buff, but the weaken buff does not work. So the only weaken buff that works right now is the Fanaticism Aura. Yo, Chronix in chat. Holy. How's the slamming? What about the Sanctify? Chance to weaken for 6 seconds also doesn't work. Which kind of sucks because I wanted to put that on my Divine Javelin. Actually I had that and then I realized at some point it doesn't work, so that's kinda It's actually crazy they didn't fix any of those weaken bugs. Slammy Max Slammerson. That's Chronix. Slamming 12,817 pants. How many pants left? Chronix stands before the mirror, sighs, a pile of pants and hopeful tries. Too tight, too long, too strange a fit. Each bear declares, nope, not it. He laughs at fate, shrugs with a grin. Today, he says, I'll find my win. You're channeling one big slam before Tower goes live. Okay. No Neve Iron. I should do a Belial farm for that. Belial is the best source for Neve Iron. Each 100 strength is how much damage increase? Typical endgame builds, that's like maybe 7%. Wait, sorry. More like 3.5 to 4%. To the main push of Paladin? Yeah, Paladin is the #1 thing that matters. You know, the other classes are just for fun mostly, but I wouldn't mind getting rank 1 on Sork. I have a pretty good Sork. And, okay, Spiritborn, I don't really have any hopes because I'm not even playing the right build. But I'll do a bit of Spiritborn action. The good thing is on Spiritborn there's a very high chance that the competition will just die. So, maybe I'll get the rank 1 that way. Not playing Paladin for fun, only the other classes, exactly. Think you can beat Panda? Well, the question is, can Panda beat me? Because I have a big Sork. And okay, I know he did get his grandfather slam, I think. So maybe he can. But before that, it was not looking good. How did I get this 10-second reset? Wait a minute. Where's that reset coming from? Oh, this guy has figure step equipped. What the fuck? I just realized. Mega low. I was like, what is going on with my Arbiter cooldown sometimes? This guy is actually still running a flicker step here. Ja, bei den Chicks. Basically play some pits again, man. After all this like under city farm and all this stuff, man. Yo, Pasito, welcome to Hardcore. Fast leveling is Vessel of Hell campaign, and then Strongholds at normal difficulty at level 50. You could also try to do a normal Asmodan farm, because that also gives you your rep. If there's other people there, and he dies instantly, then this might be kinda nice. But I'm not sure how safe that is. I need Treasure Beach Water, I need a lot of Opticide. I should probably stock up a little bit as well. I spent like 700,000 Opticide or so over the last 2 days. Yeah, I have 270 left. Did AFK Azan on non-hardcore took probably less than 2 hours. That's actually extremely fast, man. And he did AFK. A build in 2026 without wolves, amazing. Crazy, I know.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary. Well done.
I think they were a bit ham-fisted to nerf to pit XP. Yeah, what they should do is, they should just scale up the XP a lot per tier, right? I mean, you know, farming to 300 is, you know, it's like a pretty realistic target. And I don't see why they wouldn't reward us for making a strong character and go high tiers and get good XP in the pit, right? It shouldn't be like, okay, you're done in like, you know, 30 hours or something, but, you know, once you have like a really juiced up character and you're like Paragon 270 or so, and then you can like, I don't know, farm pit 90 or pit 100, I don't see a problem with like just finishing the 300 grind at some point, you know, pretty quickly. It's definitely better than like spamming boss layers, I think. Like, there's people that actually just buy Urva mats so they can farm Urva and get no loot basically and just get XP there. I mean, ooh, that's stupid. I think Pit should beat that after a certain tier. Microbible recommends to use extra gem fragments on the jewelry caches. Yeah, I can craft like 500 of them or so, maybe I'll try a little bit. On the other hand, you know, I just made 1.5 billion gold from 6 grand gems. It's kinda nice. But I'll try. I'm gonna check if all my characters actually have their gems figured out and stuff. Don't want to end up with like, you know, having to craft or having to buy gem fragments on someone. I guess that would be kind of oof. But okay, worst case I can go to Helltide for like half an hour and we got what we need, I guess. Helltide is very fast to get gems. Do all those give the same XP or is Uriva more? They don't give the same XP. Uriva gives roughly similar to Duriel and Dariel Harbinger, but he has like a faster spawn animation. So he has more XP per second basically. So Uriva is roughly a third better than most other bosses. And Harbinger is also roughly like a quarter better than the other bosses. And the rest are kind of like on the same level. Leaderboards farming not the fastest for leveling? Yes, Funkas. But I was just like talking about that Pit should be faster, right? Because Pit is like scaling content. And they just need to make like some sort of scaling that is like similar to Diablo 3 scaling, for example, where after, you know, a certain point you actually get a good amount of XP in the Pit, right? Like if I'm able to farm Pit 100, which is like so much higher than, you know, T4 lab bosses, I should get more XP here, right? So, I don't know, if like lair bossing on T4, like, most efficient way possible is like, I don't know, let's say, I think you can pretty consistently do like 600 million XP an hour right now with like lair bossing, while getting all the loot and so on. And yeah, if like, you know, like, let's say Pit 100 farm in 2 minutes is like 1 billion per hour, I think that's okay, you know? And then maybe, I don't know, Pit 90 farm in 2 minutes would be like, maybe, I don't know, 750 M per hour or so, and then Pit 80 would be like 550 per hour or whatever, right? You know, something like that would be okay, I think. But yeah, the problem is that Pit just has like this XP nerf now, and it also just almost doesn't scale at all. Like the rewards just don't go up in a Pit. And that is kind of like the main issue. It should have like a bit of a curve. Like obviously you need to make sure that, you know, it doesn't get completely out of whack when there's like some Pit 150 exploit and, you know, everyone is going to be instant Paragon 300 or so. You can also cap it, right? Maybe at a certain level or so. I mean, you know, Pit after 100 basically doesn't exist anymore anyway now, right? Like there's no reason to run Pit over 100 anymore after tomorrow. So I can just well delete the last 50 Pit tiers and put them exclusively in the tower. And just stop Pit at 100 basically, right? That's also an option. In that case, you can definitely choose up the scaling up to 100 basically, right? And then it's just like, okay, there's nothing after that anyway, so even if there's some crazy exploit, it doesn't really matter. So that's another option. Going to an event for a new ladder, like people starting at 0. Man, I wish we could do that, but on the other hand, you know, I grinded for like 400 hours in order to get rank 1 for this ladder. I kinda wanna get the rank 1 there first. But we are doing a hardcore SSF Maxroll event starting on the 23rd of January. So there, you can participate with a fresh start. And it's gonna be very fun. $110 is nice, so you don't have to fail glyphs. Okay, I mean, I could also change it a little bit to where you get 100% gem ups when you do the same tier as your glyph, right? And I think 100 would be like a nice number. It's a nice target. Like your build is complete, you can do Pit 100. Okay. How do you fresh start in the middle of a season? In D4, only by buying a new account. But in our event, anything you have already previously gathered will barely help you, because we have a Paragon 100 cap, And all the gear you find must be fresh and cannot be meddled with. The event rules state you cannot imprint, temper, masterwork, or anything like that. Only find loot and sanctify. And some other rules. So yeah, the only thing that you'll have that other people don't have is the essences leveled. But I mean, that's not such a big deal, I guess. Actually running out of quacks and I shouldn't. What do I have in the push version of this actually? I need to check that. The runes. You don't have to stream the Maxroll event, but it's encouraged. Oh, and I can't fix those up, man. Where do you get a Mastercraft 9 dungeon keys? From other 9 dungeon keys. Most importantly, farming the world bosses with the Essence of Sin. Okay, almost done with this character here. You were sad when you got the ad. Interesting, did the sub just end and then you start playing ads immediately? Yeah, I think this game needs more casters and more range in general. I mean, okay, we know with expansion we probably expect some sort of ranged revival as well, maybe, with like Rogue and so on. Rogue is not really a very ranged class these days. That's like a bit of Heartseeker. And, yeah, Necro is just kind of dead in the water right now. And so on, right? So we need more range in general, so maybe we're gonna fix some of the other classes. And Shield Revolution is just such a nice build, man. I really like playing this. Imagine we could actually play this as a Juggernaut as well, have Fortress and stuff. That'd be cool. Hi, Young. Third opening ceremony time, 7 PM CET. I think it's in the sheet now. I don't think I changed the time from last time. What does aura potency mean on Holy Light aura tempers? More damage. You were down the hill, rogue should have been 2 classes. Nah. I think the rogue design is amazing, with the melee and range together. I think that's really cool. Well. Got a present true bottleneck. True. Love how Jones say cool. Wait, what's special about it? I'm putting a lot of pressure on the expansion to fix everything. Yeah, not everything. But a lot of stuff can be fixed in the expansion and should be fixed in the expansion. But if you're looking for everything, it's expansion 6, guys. Expansion 6 is gonna fix everything, trust. But don't worry, we're gonna have plenty of remaining broken stuff in the game after all the fixes that I'm hoping for. So, there's work to do. You make it so you don't pick up potions? Nope. If you play with Imbiber, you have to suffer. Turning up our stream tomorrow? Nope. Opponents that don't fire unique ability roll. I mean, it depends why the 1 star is. You want the double damage, most importantly, and then you want the effect, and then you want righteousness. So that's like the order of priorities, let's say. Oh, is it enough? That's a lot of fails. Okay, one more. Yeah, aura potency does not work for every effect of every aura, but it works for most of them. I forgot all the things, but I guess we can check that real quick. We do have a sun at night, yeah. So yeah, the crit goes up. Oh wait, we're not in a consecration, right? So crit goes up, attack speed goes up, resource goes up, crit damage goes up. This doesn't matter. I guess technically this goes up, but no one cares. Armor, rest goes up, life goes up, heal goes up. Percent fonts goes up, but not the flat fonts, you see. 338%. Now, if only it worked, man. If only it worked, man. This build would be so cracked in party, man. Oh my god. And this goes up. The damage goes up. Wait, even the additional... that is actually interesting. Wait a minute. The passive targets additional enemies. That goes up. I didn't realize that. Look at this. This is why Origin is so good. The healing goes up. Yeah, so basically everything goes up besides the flat fawns, actually. The flat fawn stays. Interesting. And of course, like some unscalable effects, right? Like, okay, you stun anyway, so yeah, whatever. So. Yeah, if they fix the fawns bugs, like his build is gonna walk into 2-man, 150 and clear it in like 5 minutes, man. It's gonna be wild, actually. It's gonna be a bit too cracked, I think. But it'll be funny. And it's a fun build at least. What do I have here? I have Seer, Full, and Tamwat. I should probably do that. Hello. Gonna be AFK in a minute, guys.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Yo, we're back, guys. Okay, so where are we at? One more run for the glyph. Don't forget I changed my tool skill for testing. Yeah, true, actually. Didn't really matter too much in these runs, but... And we changed the rune. What's up with this gem here, by the way? How much would I sell this ring for? 3J? Crit cooldown life. It's pretty juicy, to be honest. This 1.5B is fine for this. I spent everyone on this go for the event. Had to put in 4 captures. Okay, good job. Okay, the ring is gone apparently. I think the next PDR after tower ends. I mean, tower is permanent, right? So the PDR has nothing to do with the tower timing or something. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in party now. And the pit is still open. Okay, I need to leave here. Also, what happened to my transmog on the shield? What has been the most broken build in the force since the game released? Bloodwave? In terms of like a non-bugged build, probably Bloodwave, yeah. Do you want to clear 140? I dare to equip my good stuff. Yeah, for sure. I mean, 140 should be very doable, I think. In Bloodwave, the only bot that has done 150? No, in Season 7, every class but Rogues did 150 actually. So Earthquake did it, Bloodwave did it, Death Trap. What else? Spearborn were still pretty strong. They did it, I think. I think it was Cataclysm for the Druids. And then Zorks, I'm not sure what was the Zork meta back then. But Zork's also done it, I think. Was it just like Lightning Spear? Was it like the overpower bug on Lightning Spear and stuff? Maybe? In Season 7? Yeah. Good morning, by the way, Shuji Tsumaru. Make Zork great again. I mean, Crackle is pretty great, but unfortunately it's just done one build. I think Frozen Orb is also okay once they're geared up. It's fine. I actually altered my Frozen Orb planner yesterday night. What is about Season 7 that all those builds were OP? And this was before they changed the overpower formula. And they also added these rank 5 ultimate effects. And for most of these, they were like ridiculous like damage multipliers. Until they like reined them in a little bit. And yeah, in general, a lot of power creep as a result of the Season 6 Spiritborn OP-ness. They decided to just buff everyone a lot. And then it just ended up with like everyone clearing 150. And also this was, you know, before multiple rounds of rescaling the pit. So, you know, like the pit 150 back then was way easier than the pit 150 now, for example, and so on. Orb has to play piano, keep 30 summons though, and still out weaker. I actually tested that on a PTR, and there is not a large difference between like Giga spamming all of your summons versus just like mostly spamming Frozen Orb and then here and there a summon. It was pretty close actually. Okay, so this character is a Dunsky. So do I just delete all this gear now and equip the real gear? Check. Need one bug tester gear. Yeah, but I mean, this is like the Shield of Retribution guy, right? And since that's not gonna be the meta, I might just get rid of my backup gear and only equip the good gear. I don't know. I mean, I can leave this guy here for a while. F the Masterwork, man. Does holy damage sank work on Dawnfire? It works for an aura, but not for the Dawnfire. They are fire and holy. But holy is the more important one. Last second, Thorns and Thistles fix. Holy. Okay, maybe we're coping a little bit. Okay, let's cope. We're gonna leave this guy here. Like a Blizz Sorky. Ah, interesting. Blizzard Sork. Apparently there was like a guy who said they found 2 Blizzard Sorks on the same world boss. That's a rare sight, man. It's mating season for Blizzard Sorks or something. So they come out of their holes.
My magics await your return.
Potent quantity indeed. Speed of the part.
Okay, how's the glyphs looking here, actually? Oh, wait a minute. Seems like I have everything, right? 100, 100, 100, 100. How much time do I have on this guy? I think this is actually my first guy after the Master Nun Rip. So I have like everything here, basically. Profile. 74 hours, okay. Okay, so Undaunted is not fully leveled. Imbiber needs to be leveled, I guess. But yeah, we have Judicator, we have Law, we have Resplendence, we have Spirit, we have Honed. Okay, so we should be fine, actually. Only 3 glyphs that are not already in Legendary. Control. Do I go for Control, actually? Probably not in this class. Alright. But yeah, I might do the Undaunted and then Imbiber. Let's do that, I guess. And get a bit of a warm-up here, playing some... Ghostwalker and Thorns. Great. This guy even says this wrong Paragon layout still. It has the path to the castle board and then out. Yeah, this was like the board rush. Some really old school Paragon board here. Okay. Yeah, so I have to fix this. Thinking about the sanctification bad luck protection, could one solution be same as with primal ancients in D3? You get one free chosen sanctuary sanctification. Something like that could probably work. That would be a very strong bad luck protection actually, because then you just need to hit everything else, and then the last one, you know, makes it the easiest basically. I don't know, maybe. But then, you know, I don't want like everyone to just have Grandfather Day too, right? That's the other thing, right? You still want to chase the hardest one. So... like the problem with like the D3 system is that everyone just has the hardest item to get day one. Right? And it should not be that way, right? It's like kind of the opposite of what it should be. Like the hardest item should be the hardest item to get. But in D3 it's reversed. In D3 the hardest item to get is the easiest. So we would kind of replicate that, and then it's not really great, I think. Oh, it's just at 110 or something. Not sure why I'm so excited with Primal in D3, but zero excited with 3-4 GA in D4. I also don't understand that actually, because Primals in D3 matter a lot less than the 3-4 GAs in this game. Very boots and pants over and over should be the way. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's gonna get way too much loot, right? He's getting way too much loot. Or maybe way too many heavenly sigils as well. They could just give us way fewer heavenly sigils, make them not tradable, and then you wouldn't have that issue, right? You would spend more time farming and less time prepping stuff. That's another way to do it. And then you can also, like, you know, increase the odds of getting a good signification, for example. So that's the one way to do it. It's just that heavenly sigils are infinite. And so you just keep doing it, right? Good luck, Fury. Next time.
It is done.
Yeah, that's fine, let's just do that. You just hit conceal on your starless. Nice, dude. You have 78 down with damage, Dawnfire, and 40 with Grandpapa. And the Grandpapa definitely wins there. But, oof. Hi, Mike. Yeah, Jira, it's kind of a tough choice for your glove. I'll probably take that one with Inner Calm, especially if you're AFKing and holds a lot or something like that.
Use it well. See some steel you need?
It was. Bandscheibenvorfall. Uh-oh. Hope you're gonna be okay. All your friends that you started the season with are already playing other games. 1 month into the season. I'm not sure what you're expecting. How long do you think people will play? 1 month is insane for a game like this. And I think, if anything, the retention has been superb so far. Like, it's still very active here, actually, even hardcore. I do multiple trades every day. People are blasting. I see full world bosses every time. It's crazy how well it goes, actually. I'm saying pressing Fana Aura actually consumes quarks. Funny. I have played Sorg this season. And I got one ready to push rank 1. That's how much I've played Sorg actually. Let's check out uniques and mythic uniques. For mythics, you want to check out this. And for uniques, you want to check out this. They kind of go together, but mostly a lot of bossing.
Better than starting from nothing.
For mythics, it's basically a triple for sentence spam, and you get this from the Season 11 route. Do we do the world boss? Sure. Look how many people are still blasting here. I have a lot of people on play this still gaming this season.
Greetings.
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
All the 300s. Yeah, a lot of 300 people here. The season definitely has a lot of 300 Paragon guys. It seems like I'm not really properly resetting my spears here on the world boss with Judgement. It's kind of scuffed. Oh my god, it's so laggy, man. What's going on? You reiterate Summers was optimal. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, the good thing is like maximum resources is a pretty good roll on Spiritborn, and also even something like attack speed or even life roll is not that terrible on Spiritborn on the neck. So you have a lot of good options, I think. Just get like double passive and a life and an attack speed roll or so. That's a fine neck. Or like double passive resource roll and a dex or something like that. Like resource is pretty close to like a good passive on the Capanica builds at least. And the attack speed is also like in general like the passes are not that strong on the Spiritborn. Thanks, Nikon.
See some steel you need? Use it well.
Will you get rank 1 on Necro? Necro will do it. How good is Pani Shield Toss build? Everything on Paladin is OP right now, so don't worry about that. Okay, so how's it looking? I want to try to socket in the Imbiber. I don't actually have pants right now of extra potion. Although I could check. Actually, I realized this is not a bad neck here with the extra armor mod. I might actually run this one. It's only 8 passive ranks, but it has a GA attack speed, a strength roll, and health health. Okay, I actually don't have any of those potion things here. I think we're supposed to opponent, right? I'm gonna redo this anyway, so let's just put the last point there. So it's minus 300 additive. So it will be worse now because I actually don't even have potion capacity right now. Wound is 15 and then a lot more additive. So even if I have 0 potions all the time, it'll be worse. But I want to try this with ready and see how this feels. I'll be experimenting with that anyway in the tower, I guess. You killed a Necromancer there with 1 million T Ruby. Died. What the fuck? Did you kill your main Necro or what? Necron. With your push gear or what? I only have one hardcore slot, the rest is softcore season. Yeah, okay, but I mean like your gear, right? Like I have all my push gear on the alt. Like I'm not running any of my push gear right now. It's just like trash gear that I'm having of it here. Felt bad because he wrote to me. Okay, Mike, you should feel bad. For sure. How could you do this? Push gear full time. Oh man. It's not PoE. PoE you could be main gear all the time, but here you don't. I'm pushing my distribution too. Yeah, I just finished having the glyphs a little bit. I'm just getting my glyphs all ready, and then I have to respec a bunch of characters. Actually, I realized I need to make some group aura then push setup actually, right? That's the thing now. Actually need to put that into the guide. Is it actually different from the solo though? It might not be different at all actually. But maybe I should make a variant anyway. I think I'm going to Ahu Quacks though, so that's one thing. Okay, so I got all glyphs. This guy actually has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 glyphs at 100. Okay. Full hardcore when SNF hardcore comes. Let's go. You're pushing Order, Shadow of Attribution, Crackling, and maybe Spiritborn. Nah, not really. Okay, I might do group Aura then, yeah. But not solo. But I actually did want to check something on that. So I think I'm gonna lock on the Aura. This one is done with the glyphs anyway. Yeah, so push variant. I guess there could be a Lucian instead of an Airport Petition. This stays the same, this stays the same. This stays the same. I mean, here's a funny thought actually. You can drop the Consecration and put the Imbiber stuff there. And then put Rally there so that you can use potions. I think I might do that actually for the push. Celestial Strife, Holy Punishment. Shield Bash. Do you even have that glyph leveled here? We have his Penance, Hound, Canny, Judicator, Spirit. I don't have that glyph at all. Don't have like any significations on this, yeah. He's an inner calm, I guess. So we can do something like a accelerating. Put that here. With a Giga capped on everything. Well, I can run this one for now anyway, I suppose. It's like the wrong imprint, but they are okay in speedruns anyway. I'll try this. My cooldown here. Yikes. Oh, this guy has a bunch of mods actually. And because we're running on a city, right?
I can cure what ails you. Speed of the pack.
It's not target us. They didn't fix anything.
Anything could be lurking here.
And even with Rally, it's so hard to use potions. Look at this, I'm spamming Rally. I have to hold down Rally to try to like use a potion, that's insane. Oh, I forgot to change my oath. I'm running Juggernaut right now. Good luck, kids. I just updated my Frozen Orb planner yesterday, so you can check that out. Otherwise, there's also a Maxroll guide if you wanna look at it.
My hammer sings on your return.
Can we see damage numbers for one round? No. You're not gonna see shit on this build. I don't think the Frozen Orb should be really different, but I didn't really compare. Dude, it's so hard to use potion, even with rally, man. I hold down rally and spam my potion and I can barely use it, man. Sometimes. Crazy. Take out some gear, yeah, I think that's the only way actually. Problem is in that push I will be more tanky actually because I'm gonna have Shaco and stuff. So Shaco is 20 DR and that defines aura ranks, so you're gonna have like, I don't know, plus 30% toughness or something. Okay, you go up a bunch of tiers though. I'm not sure if the monsters scale more than 30% or in those tiers. Monster damage doesn't scale very fast, I think. Hey, that's a normal boss. Look at that. Crazy. Oh, we don't have any fortify right now. That's a lot of damage missing. Did they not have this like all this time? I don't remember switching this. We should use Banana Mats on his aura then. Harbinger for Griswold, I think. And Vashan for Dawnfire.
What's still got some good in it?
I'm not sure, maybe it's Andariel for Griswold. Nah, it's Harbinger. Yeah. You're not ready for towers, I had a late season start. Well, the season has been roughly 4 weeks now. And the first leaderboard logs in 2 weeks now, so you have 2 weeks. It's half the season to catch up, basically. I wonder if I should just keep the Juggernaut off full time for my Orden. I mean, it's 20 DR all the time. Could even keep the shield bash on the bar if you really want. But nah, not 44. You don't really shield bash. Like, they don't get the opportunity to shield bash anything. But a Juggernaut off, so we need the arm, maybe. An Arbiter doesn't really offer anything when AFK and hordes. Aura or Judgement for solo tower push. Judgement wins by a large margin. The betting decision to Horn for and Bye always have potions. Yeah, if you don't like Giga Macro your potion button, there's like almost no way. So I'm thinking about playing with Rally instead of Condemn, but I won't be able to make Pull so easily then. So it's a pretty big loss as well. So it's that or just go Honed. The thing is that someone who, even someone who like Giga Macros their potion, you still have to like try to not heal and like stop DPS and so on. So you still lose damage, even if you try to do that. So Honed is just like, maybe just ignore the potion stuff and go Honed and you're done basically, because Honed is a stronger glyph. And gives you like less on this additional bonus basically. Interesting how I press Rally and Potion together and it just doesn't work, man. Like I press Rally Potion instantly, like, and it just doesn't do it. It's wild. I actually have to like hold Rally and then press the potion sometimes. It's the only way. I actually need to check in Horse later if I actually have resolve stacks at all and do these. Also forgot to actually change to a Ahu Quox as realized. Oops. F Havoc. What often is that for Sorg or what? Oof. what I want to do. Oh, Quacks. Let's try 110. They are not bugged, Shakon. I actually have like one lucky hit restore, and our Quacks this works out pretty well, and we have relatively decent uptime. I think I changed the push version of Order a bit to have the rally and the imbiber. Bugs. I think this works very well here. Paragon 256, and you get with arbiters which can give those aspects. No, it's just that you haven't really played that much. 256 is not really, you know, that much progression. So it's very unlikely to get like a perfect roll of exactly the aspect you want, you know. You probably have some maxed out, but 256 you can't really expect to have like all the stuff maxed out that you want. Hi, Goody. And soon in. Oh shit, I just saw it. Okay, one run. Next one. Let's see how our crux will work on a boss. Pretty good, actually. Sure, we have to tank this, right? Very interesting to see how this will go when I don't have honed. Like for this next run. Okay. One map zoomed in, sponsored by Necron Life. Actually, I don't even see these fucking explosions, man. Holy. I'm pushing as soon as it goes live. I'm waiting to see if there's any bugs. Yeah, I'll go in with one of my backup characters, you know. I have like my Brandish guy, I have my Divine Lance guy. So I'm gonna play those a little bit for the first ace, I guess. And also like yeah, I will also do a bit of Judgement, I guess, but with my backup gear. So. Yeah, someone's gonna redeem, play map zoomed in, and then I'm gonna get rank 1 of that. That's gonna be funny. You really can't turn off the UI in this game, right? There's no... Is there a button to turn off the UI? On the 3 you could. You're going in until you rip, then uninstall until next season. Uh-oh. What build is this? This is Paladin. This is exactly the Paladin build from Maxroll. Look at the push variant. I'll just change the rune. Actually, I changed Rally as well. So I'm gonna put Rally in there, I think, so that's the only way to actually use Imbiber at all. Consecration is not worth as much, I think. Talking about no heart being a cool as F4, but it doesn't exist. I wonder why this doesn't exist in this game. It's kind of strange. This comment is sponsored by Chronix. Okay, Wonkas. I think there's a Belial shooting at me. Somewhere here. Is there a Belial? I don't know. Where is Chronix? He decided to join the Shadow Blasters a few days ago. He became what he sought to fight.
Use it well.
Shame that. Hello, shining.
Not a bad pull, that.
Hello, shining.
Not a bad.
Too bad, friend.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I was saying for the Spirit one actually.
I'll keep my forge hot. Be done soon.
In terms of getting more Neef Iron, Belial has a lot of Neef Iron. It's like 1.5 per kill on average. You can farm Neef Iron pretty fast there. Ja, hope you enjoyed it, Nikon. Lost my Celestial Strife. Dude, even on single side, this our Quacks actually triggers a lot. Okay, we're definitely putting that into the push version. I wanna see how so we'll go without honed. Let me change honed. Let's just do this one, I guess. Good enough.
Good place for us to regroup.
Yeah. Don't need honed at all. It's like insta full. I guess it does help a little bit. One was better DPS too. Yeah, I mean, Challenger's obviously inferior to Honed. I just wanted to test if I need the resources from Honed. Here my Quacks was actually triggering without me having full resource. So it happened once, yeah. I mean, I can also hold down ready as well, right? I'm not really doing that too much. Like I was saying, if you while attacking, I can also just hold down ready. So I have like infinite resources. But yeah, it's not, ready is not enough to give you all the resources back before every Quacks proc. That does help at least to fill it a little bit. This one is actually faster than the last one. Last one was like close to 3 minutes. We need things. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I would say Honed definitely helps. Let's put it here. This guy says wanted by Oculus 34GA. What is this guy cooking?
My hammer sings on your return.
And the affix is listed based on priority, affix is weapon, quality, all skill ranks. Kinda. But the quality on weapon is no longer a thing, so I need to delete that. I changed it from the planner already actually, but not in the text. Yeah, they don't fix quality, so quality is not a thing on weapon. Or on any slot really. Unless you're playing Spirit Ball, maybe on Wishnak Pa. Or something like that, it might be a thing. Your black equality is also not terrible, I guess. I mean, the crit, cooldown, attack speed, you know, they're all basically the same priority because they're kind of like in competing slots. So, whatever you're missing, you know, if you have it, it's nice. Yeah. 40 damage is maybe also okay, I guess. Affix added and legendary power is only useful now. Yes. Yeah, the good thing is on weapons, if you get legendary power, it's always an offensive one. So you have pretty high chances that it's something you want. I think for most builds, it's like a third to half of the offensive powers are actually useful that you can slam. So if you get that on a weapon, then yeah, you have a pretty high chance to just get something good. It's like maybe 50-50 to get one of those you want, and then maybe 1 in 3 to get a really high roll. So it's not such a bad odds. So 1 in 15 legendary power added is like something good maybe. Okay, got this at 100. What else? Imbiber, you have to do this one. How often can I stack legendary effects? You can't stack them at all. It's only a normal mythic and a mythic sanctification you can stack. Debating a fire, holy, or judicated damage wins as a temper on rings for Oradan. But they all have the same number. Only one of them applies to all components, which is Judicator. What's the goblin kill count at? It's like 15,000 or so. We're like 0.25% of the way there, guys. So it's only a matter of centuries until we finish the goblin achievement. Don't worry. Oh, should I go down? Okay. Okay, 1 second. Okay, we have to rush. The doorbell is ringing, guys. Yes, Judicator. Second. Yeah, 1 second. Speedrun, guys. Comforting to know, yes, Grady. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, we're back, guys. It's time to sit in a horde, I guess. But we got most of the stuff done here. Adding Dawnfire to support it in to power leveling friends. RGA and Resplendence. I think Castle will be overkill. Wait, what are you trying to do exactly? I don't understand. You said support. Okay, let's do this here. Oh. Thank you. Oh. Nick on his back, okay. Actually, I want to see this here. Goblin time. Are you trying to find the achievement real quick? 6 million? See, as one of farming grind still the best way to spend your time after Goblin event. Depends on what he's trying to get, but I mean, I'm not doing the Asmodon stuff anymore. You know, I have like 500 Radiance, I have 500 Ascendants. I've never used those. I'm so happy with friends, speed farm T4 and glyph XP. I mean, in that case, I would say just make like a proper build. You know, play something like Oradin, juice it up. Doesn't matter where you place the runes. In armor sockets, it doesn't matter. So it can be pants or helm or a chest, it doesn't matter. In this case, you don't have the option to put it anywhere else anyway, because there's only 2 sockets in these. But if you have 200 weapons, then usually you want to put them into 200 weapons. The reason for that is the additive value you get from like a gem in the weapon is not very high most of the time, compared to the like main stats you get from your armor slots. So usually you wanna have runes in the 200 weapons if you have. Yeah, I've done the Uber fight like 2-3 weeks ago or so, but only once. I think one of my characters has like 3 of the organs, but I have not even trying to get the organs anymore, so yeah, sure, I can like, you know, just spam, what does this need here? I have Andariel and Asmodon, right? So I can just spam Belial and Duriel until I get it or something. But I don't really want to do that. Okay, Belial is pretty easy to get in the pit. But yeah, Duriel, man. I've done enough lair bosses this season. I'm not doing anything besides Belial anymore. Okay, Iron. About the thing you want to do with the Dawnfire. I mean, yeah, I would say if you want to really help them, then you should just play a proper build. and carry them basically until they're staying on their own feet basically. And then just have like a proper support paladin ready to go or so. Durio is Helltide. Even better. Helltide. Schön, dass die Aura drin ist, Stefan.
Hello.
You continue to work on Aura then? Well, in the setup I have here, I have the Bulwark rune, so that works. For push, you usually don't want to do the Bulwark stuff though. Guys standing at 3GA Griswold for 15 billion. And it's 88%. No, I don't think so. Yeah, that's a log out, man. If that thing was like triple GA and both passives and like a 98%, I would say, okay, maybe. We are done if you post in trade, if you don't see it in US. Yeah, the trade chat is not global for all of the players, you know. There's like so many people that are like combined into one chat. I think in Diablo 3 it used to be 100 players per chat room, basically. And also it has to do with like geographical proximity. So if you use like a VPN to go to Eastern Europe, then you will probably find me in trade chat. You need a button to switch between regions. Try exit back. Play. I think it allows you to choose the region as well if you want. You sanctify a bed, opens the god grandfather. Oof. Yeah, always remember, guys, don't sanctify an item you're not prepared to equip. Agents with the Fawn's choice impunity does nothing, doesn't change Fawn's to them at all. That's correct. These devs really don't like Fawns, I think. Literally every Fawn's multiplier is just bugged. On this class. Every single one is just bugged. Yeah, I think the scroll of temper should definitely be auto-consume. If you have them, just, you know, you press again and that's it. It's like step one of the low-hanging fruit of quality of life improvements. But there's like so much more I can do. Let's go Brandish. I'll play some Brandish tomorrow in the tower as well, actually. I have my guys still set up. Oh my god, Draco, I have no idea what you're talking about, honestly. Maybe someone in chat has that. To keep the Destiny Blizzard does quality of life requests. Oh, don't worry, I'm a pain in the ass for that. I do have to say, the devs do implement a relatively good amount of my feedback. Not just the nerfs.
You will find only your own death.
You're like 5 seasons now of Belial chess not remembering your last pick. Yeah, that is true. My hope is they're gonna give Belial just his own loot table. I think the whole Belial system is kinda stupid. I think Belial should just have his own items. And maybe make the other bosses not completely suck. And not have like this random 50-50 loot. And then this would be much better. What is this? Needed all the 4-star phones and pistol pieces. Unlucky. Yeah, Mantle of the Greystones are down, man. Oh, look.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
God, it's tough. What? I have to goblin. Yeah, sure, you can pick Necron. I didn't want to test anything with the boons actually. I was testing something with the build. Yeah, 430 and Dynamites, just don't want to kill her anymore. Yeah. There's like 120 Andariels. Oof. It's like an hour or so, I guess. Have I gotten anything really good from Hordes? I mean, Hordes does drop like an okay amount of GAs and stuff. It's not really great for the time investment, but it's good when you're eating. I mean, in the past, it was like the only way to like farm certain uniques as well, right? Like Shadow of Raphael and these kind of things. It was basically only dropping here. Evening number. What's harder, Pit 100 boss or Belial? Yeah, Pit 100 is way harder. Although Belial may kill you more easily. It's easier to die to Belial than it is to die to a Pit 100 boss. But it's way easier to kill Belial than it is to kill a Pit 100 boss. Grandpa the biggest tank DPS boost? Generally, yes, but it's not strictly always true. So there's like 1.5 dot builds in this game. They wouldn't really benefit much. And then there's Kapedeka on Spiritborn, where I think a Grandfather would probably be smaller than a Starless on the Amulet. Because Kapedeka has this resource cost reduction scaling. You can one-shot pit 100, you'll be able to do Belial. Yeah. Belial was just insta-melt. Just make sure he doesn't hit you with the breath. And also beware of that there's like this bug where you can get stuck in the knockback animation. So if you're not unstoppable and he hits you with one of the smacks, you might get knocked back and then get stuck there. So you need to be either unstoppable, dodge it, or press scroll or heavenly sigil to DP out. Or unstoppable. I'm not sure if you can press unstoppable afterwards. Maybe you can do that too. You understand Preacher Board is bugged? How do people notice this? Preacher Board is actually not strictly bugged. It's just working in a very unintuitive way. And way too overpowered. But it kinda does what it says. But yeah, you find this by testing every single thing one by one. So yeah, Preacher says you get 65% of your attack speed as extra damage. And some people might say this is bugged because it works with your base 100% attack speed. But technically it does what it says. If you have no attack speed bonus, you have 100% attack speed, which means you get 65% bonus. Which is a very stupid design, but that's how it works. Wash my hands. So, BRB. You let Nekon click the things for one run, and you end up with like 2k. No problem. When I click, we barely get one. Regarding the support din, are there any other major impacts of attack speed besides multiple interactions with Holy Bolt? I'm not sure what you mean about Holy Bolt here, Ayani. Was that the main XP for Paragons? Yes. It needs to bring the damage. Yeah. I'm glad I can carry my own weight here. Oh, it's actually an interesting question in chat. What is your eternal Paragon level? Actually. And then the season as well, this one. Okay, I think I'm gonna go back to blasting pits, Nekon, so thank you. People are actually gaming here.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. What's still got some good in it?
I can't believe this, man. 1-2 sell, guys. 2J Fist of Fate, let's go. Did I change anything else here actually? No, right? We still had to set up. Okay, so where are we at actually? Imbiber is 42, alright. Is that a good item? Fist of Fate is a decent item. Most builds don't want it as like the meta thing, but most builds can just throw it in and it's decent. And there are some builds, especially those like that are based on like hit procs, that is just like super OP. It's like the item basically for any kind of like proc build. We don't really have like any kind of sort of meta builds of those right now, very much. But sometimes it can be even valuable to use Fist of Fate if you don't have like a super good alternative choice. Just to like trigger something like Ahu Quacks more. Good luck, fucks are in. So the 3J Fist for 3B on softcore, yeah. Yeah, this season is probably not very expensive. But Fist of Fate is always, it's an item that will always come back, you know. It pops up here and there. Yeah, I think we're gonna see some updates to the pit already next season anyway. Or do I let this in the expansion, I guess. Now that pit and tower is like separate systems basically. They can do a lot of stuff with the pit. And they also said that, for example, they're gonna take the new technology they have from the tower and backport it into the pit and these kind of things. Pit is slowly gonna die? No, I think it's gonna be opposite. I think pit is gonna become, you know, basically like a mapping feature. This is Arden, yes, fuck Soren. Did you open a new fishing map? Holy man. 1 in 10,000 pits is like the super uber like fishing pond. And then you can whip out the fishing rod and you have 15 minutes before the tower elapses to fish up Uber Diablo. Can't wait until Mythics are Mythic again. Yeah, that'll be something. This Witch Hunter Galvanic Shard Mercenary is way too much fun. I can confirm that's true actually. Definitely gonna log in on that as well this season.
What's still got some good in it?
You can't get a 4J Aussie vein. That's a pretty high bar. I actually got lucky and I have one. I gambled it actually. Aussie vein is really good to gamble. If you spam under city and use the obols, you can actually print Aussie veins. Best place to farm outside is Treasure Breach sigils or Horadric Strong Room. Didn't I have like some other ring I wanted to sell, like some 4GA or something? Where the fuck did I go? Robos and 7. Yeah, strong rooms are pretty good. Strong rooms are like 2.3k each, and the treasure breach is like 10k. So without the goblin event, it's definitely worth doing strong rooms again. At least if you're low on treasure breaches. It's like, I don't know, 1.5 minutes for a strong room. Get 2.3k, 2.5k maybe with a bunch of like random drops. I'm talking about prison. Yeah, prisons is basically a treasure breach or bust, I guess. And okay, you get it from world bosses as well. I'm not sure if you get it from Asmodan and Hamazar. Is that a thing? I don't know where you get prisons. Interior reserves aren't terrible. Did you give prisons or what? Oh, that could be actually. Prisons and Judah caches. Ah, interesting. Let me check that. You got a lot of ancestral from the caches. Interesting.
What's still got some good in it?
So that's a 5. 4 sigil powder, huge. Okay, 3 normal rings and 2 emeralds. 3 normal rings and 2 emeralds. Okay, 1, 2... 1 ancestral ring, 2 normal rings, and 2 emeralds. It seems like always 3 rings, 2 emeralds, and here's a prism. Here's an ancestral ring. Here's a prism. Okay. So we got 3 prisons now from 5 caches.
Use it well.
And how much does it cost to make one? It's 30k. So you can salvage 1 grand into 3.33 caches. You need a bunch of souls, I guess. Is the souls an issue? Not really, right? 60 per cache. Okay, let's say I craft like 1,000 of this. That's 60,000 souls. Actually, that is a bit of an issue. $60 souls is kinda crazy. Even more time spent in town instead of playing Pog. Yes. Yeah, 10-15k souls is nothing, man. This can disappear in like an inventory or 2 of slamming. There's so many souls. I mean, I have 80,000 souls, but I'm a bit conservative right now, spending them. How's tower different from the pits? It's a much bigger focus on elites, because they can drop progression globes. There's also some other stuff going on, like there's some Hellworm that spits out elites, there's a Goblin that can give you progress. There's different bosses and they're all single target. The bosses also don't have their own room. There's 5 floors instead of 2. There's a 10-minute timer instead of 15-minute timer. There's pylons instead of shrines, and you have to unlock them. Yeah, that's mostly it for now, I guess. But yeah, I think very soon it's gonna look much more different even. And the map generation is very different as well, so the monster compositions are new, the map compositions are new. They're like more streamlined, less RNG, and more competitive, like oriented basically. Our boss is Asmodan. I should go there, I guess. What is this? Tomorrow all the hardcore players are scared of Asmodan again. Yeah, I'm definitely not going there. Tomorrow. That's for sure. We'll see what happens. The meteors are coming. And tomorrow is tower day, so we're gonna live in a tower from now on, I guess. I have to learn everything. God, it's laggy. Somebody has a Tyrael's might equipment, shooting projectiles. Look at all these Sorks as well. Look at the ball lightning just like stopping mid-air. Look. It's like a carousel, you know? It goes around, and then it stops so people can get in. And then it goes around. Why is it so laggy? And because this game is not made for 12 people doing this, I guess. The tower is in 25 hours. That's the wrong offhand to get this Bloodgrudge early. Do you see that? Yeah. The question is, would that offhand beat a normal offhand for the push if you don't have stunners otherwise? Probably not, right? Because you would just have a normal offhand with some aspect, I guess. It's not hard to print these offhands, they're actually very easy to make on a Sork. It's just the glove that's the hard part. And then the uniques. Thanks, Icon. It's the Sork balls that make the legs. Yeah. I think that it probably has like a lot of like 3D geometry and physics and stuff for the ball lightning. Then also like you just like the Sorks also have like the most amount of hits per second. You know, like they have like all the stuff flying around, unstable currents going off, and then the crackling zapping. So they're just like ridiculous amounts of hits. So this is why this is start lagging here.
Use it well. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Dude, Surly has 2 Mythic Slams on his Okuns. There's a grandfather as well. Enquiries. Have I ever fell asleep while streaming or almost falling asleep? Well, I mean, I have slept during a stream, but that was on purpose. I mean, almost falling asleep, that has happened many times, you know, when I do like my 30-hour streams or so, there's like this phase between like 18 to 21 hours where, like, you know, the sleep really hits you, and it's kind of hard to stay awake. So that is like pretty normal when you do like these long streams, and then it kind of, the second wind comes and you're chilling. But yeah, there's like usually a few hours in those long streams where it's kind of tough. So that patch, huh? Not like this. Yeah. The only good thing about this patch is tomorrow everyone's gonna die again at the world boss, watch out. Do you drink energy drinks throughout? Usually not. The problem with energy drinks is, unless you like, you know, sustain them basically, then, you know, you're gonna crash at some point, right? So usually you want to have like a more like long-term energy intake. Energy drinks can be useful, and occasionally I do use them. But yeah, most of the time it's good to just kind of like, you know, eat well, drink a lot of water, get a cuckoo. If I ever have trouble sleeping, I just open maps on LE. Oof. Only G Fuel. Yeah, I mean, I have gamer subs. So occasionally I have these things, and then I dosage them then relatively low, and just kind of like, you know, keep sipping them. So that is a thing. A coffee here and there. Usually I have like 1 or 2 coffees in like a 30-hour stream, for example. So especially like for like the down phase, to get through that, like what I just explained, like at 18 hours or so. If you have a coffee at that point, that's usually helpful. On Spiritborn now, since I heard I was getting unfucked. Yeah, Spiritborn is getting unfucked actually tomorrow. So it's definitely a good, huge Spiritborn stonks here tomorrow. What's the Dark Omen affix? That's like a Butcher or a Exile appearing. Or Kickself can also show up, I think. It's like some random mini-boss, basically. Can be, but as well, half of them leeching. Or half of them are out DPSing you because they're playing Aura then. That's my opinion of Blessed Hammer versus Aura versus Judgement builds. Yeah, I mean, Aura and Hammer are pretty close in what they do and how they play, I'd say. Just with the difference that Aura is able to just go AFK and, you know, everything dies. So that's why I prefer that. And Judgement is like the push build, basically, and it's very good for pushing. It's like the strongest out of those. But yeah, I think Aura is just like the all-round best build in the game right now. It's super powerful to still do like 130 pit on the high end. And, you know, you can literally let a monkey play this and he's gonna beat the game, so... Got a link to the push Judgement build planner. Take that one from Maxroll. I'm doing that. I didn't make my own.
Horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Alright, then it's going to be the heaviest hit by the Nerf Hammer in Season 12. Yeah, right now, like the one thing that is like the problematic about Auradin is like how it's just like kills the entire screen, right? But if the aura was actually like what you see here on this the Dawnfire like radius effect, right? This small area, then I think this would make a lot more sense. And for some reason the size goes up when you have this kill streak bonus here from the glove. It says the damage is increased by 50% per stack, but also the radius is increased. And then it hits the entire screen. And that seems like a bug. Not sure why no one made a build for it with the Ricochet. Holy Bolt Ricochet. I will play a Holy Bolt build that triggers Spear of the Heavens. There's something I have on my list to do. So there's a few more builds I'm gonna do before end of season. Or maybe before the hardcore event. So like in the next 2 weeks-ish. %, Zenith cooldown. This guy is gaming. What is tower? Leaderboards tomorrow. Pushing. I gotta be gaming. After 1 month of 8k, we can finally play the game tomorrow. So I'm just finishing my last glyphs and some stuff like that. In fact, this one is the last glyph. Do we have everything now? No, this looks fine.
What use it well?
See my other guys. Anyone wants tables or plickers? Hundred. Oh. Look at that, actually. Anything else you want to level? Apostle, Exploit, Hound. Yeah, maybe we could actually. Yeah, let's do a run or two anyway. I wanna get a feel before tomorrow. Because this is like probably the first build you're gonna take into the tower, actually. Here's res and resource. Actually, I want to see what happens with Ahu Quacks on this. Hmm. It's up on 105. Yo, Epic GT. You target anything above pit 100 though. Odin can go way above 100 if you go for the push setup. There's a push setup on Maxroll. I will actually like update that slightly as well later. Okay, Branch is popping off that hard in 105 actually. Holy. Forge Tibot. Slam. Yeah, Tibot is like one of those cases where you like mass slam, right? So if you find a 4GA, yeah, it's nice. But no one can really pay a lot for this because you have to slam these until you get a grandfather or something, right? So it's just like a YOLO attempt. You're scared to sanctify 4GA, rather sell. I mean, if you can get a few billion for this, and someone might actually try, or maybe they have the grandfather already and the starters on the other slots, right? Maybe they're just okay with having a good Tibalts, you know, this can also be. What's going on with my Quacks here? Oh shit, Nagu Quacks, what happened there? Okay. Yeah, Origin is just super smooth gaming, for sure. I wonder what it will do to it. Tower is quasi infinite tiers. That's 150 tiers, just like the pit. But you generally don't reach them, so. And I guess in the tower you probably won't see 150 compared to the pit. Pit 4-man 150 has been done now. Barely, kind of. Maybe you're gonna see 3-man as well, I don't know. But yeah, in the tower I don't expect you're gonna see 150 at all, actually. Takes surprisingly long to get Ahu Crocs going, man. On single target, I have like no lucky hit. But how come? Should have really good lucky hit here now. Strange. J shield. You don't have to unlock Grandfather Signifier for further obtaining the actual mythic? No. An Origin build is supposed to be moving around a lot and invading for wolves to generate. That depends on like which runes you use for generating the wolves. So usually I do a Neo and Say, so it's just like automatic. Every 2 seconds you get 2 wolves, as long as you don't take any life damage. So basically I have Neo, Say and Nagu Q, so I produce wolves from not taking damage. And then those wolves give me barrier, so that protects the other rune, so I have like an infinite loop basically. As long as you don't take heavy damage all the time. But you can do other combos. You can do Seer, say. Every 5 casts produces 3 wolves with a 3-second cooldown. So that's an option. You can do Moni, say, if you do Shield Bash or Shield Charge. This is like the best way to produce wolves. But then you have to be like kind of active with that. So yeah. There's a few ways to do it basically. Last day ever without global leaderboards in this game going forward. Feels kinda oof. Why is that oof? If you die, you can always play in the Maxroll build. True. What I do every time. Yeah, you can also use the Sem rune to produce wolves if you evade around a lot with the Arbiter thing. It's also an option. But yeah, usually I do Neo, which is the one where you don't take damage and then produce wolves automatically. For like farming, this is all you need basically. For Paladin. You're drunk 63% of the time when playing. That's alright. 63%. Did I push the Sorg at all? No, I just got my glyphs to 100 earlier. Now we're waiting. But yeah, I guess target for the Sorg would be something like 180 to 120 maybe. In the tower. Okay, like if you assume it's the same tiers as Pit, right? So yeah, somewhere like 120 would be nice. I think rank 1 Sorg right now is 123, right? So yeah, I wanna be like 2 to 3 tiers behind softcore. If I can do that, then I'm kinda happy. Okay, on the push build, you do Moni and say Epic, yes. And then spam Shield Bash. Shield Bash is a mobility skill that triggers Moni. Fortress is such a fun skill. I like playing in Fortress. They don't fix the Fortress bug. I actually forgot to put this into the video as well. For the patch. Like Fortress also has a pretty major bug. So many bugs, man. Enduring Faith was a stupid glove spot. I think it would get used in hardcore. I think it has to be in a very contested spot. Enduring Faith is a very overpowered item. It has to be in a spot where it's painful to use it. Else everyone would just slot it in. I think I'm gonna salvage all my flicker steps and my Leaderboards. I can't sell them to anyone, no one wants them it seems. Where's the barbs? Where's like the desperate paladins that want to sanctify flickers? I know no one is buying them, unlucky. I'm not sure what's going on here with our Quacks, but it's like surprisingly slow trigger. It's actually crazy how slow. No barbs, barbs suck. Let me confirm that. I don't know. 129. We call so Ignimax or one of those. Yeah. I was also to test the Aho Quacks again for pushing, but it just doesn't proc very fast. Okay, like here in AoE, maybe it's alright. Like if I imagine like everything dies like 5 times slower than this, then Aho Quacks would probably do something, but the problem is also they need to trigger the Quacks. And you can't do it with a basic attack, so it only triggers when you press something else. If you have like a Hectic Sanctified, then you can actually spam your Fanaticism aura every few seconds, so that's kinda cool. I need to check what I have on the guide actually. Maybe a Hectic Sanctified is actually not the worst, yeah. Yeah, I have it on the boots right now, 2.5 seconds Hectic. You can also imprint it actually. You have Arbiter's Sphere right now. You can just put a Hectic there, I just realized. It's not a bad idea. With enough cooldown, you don't need the Arbiter's Sphere anyway. Do you use evade on Origin? Does it help with DPS? It is just for movement. But I evade a lot, yeah. Usually I spam rally and evade. I don't like Hooves because they don't have movement speed, but don't the Hooves have movement speed on them? And then you have Berserking for movement speed. Potentially Rallying Cry. And leaping. I need to put a Fist of Fate in this. Could we do that? And we have Moonrise, Holy Punishment. I wonder if it would be worth to put a Fist of Fate in here. And get double the Aho Quacks procs. It would probably be fine. You know what, one of the most important aspects. I mean, there's like a few offensive aspects. So there's Celestial Strife and Ascension, those are the two big ones. And then I think there's Holy Punishment.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I don't know what you mean, Epic GT. I wanna see this real quick, a few runs. So this was like 2.5. Here we said the Quarks was also 2.5. This was also 2.5. So it didn't actually change anything. It's also 2.5. Okay, so they're all the same 2.5 minutes roughly. Why play Brandish? It isn't popular. It's popular in this room. F greedy. 07. Epic GT for like the affix and stuff, just refer to the guide. There's like all the stats and everything on every item. You can see what you want there.
I suppose this place will have to do.
well.
Hello, shining beauty. Shame that. Not a bad. Hello, shining beauty.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Made any CDPS guide predictions for tower. Yeah, my prediction is you will find a ZDPS Paladin, ZDPS Druid, and a ZDPS Barb on Maxroll.
My magics await your return.
Okay, I'm just gonna Sam Holy Damage first try. Wouldn't mind cooldown or something. I'll make it all.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Some solid bits here. Use it well.
Two out of 10 strength. I'll take that. Good enough. We have way too much crit here. This is a GA crit. This is crit roll, just could be cooldown actually. And then one of the other crits can also go. But okay. Yeah, we're gonna put Hectic here. What do I have for Sanctified? And wait, what are the glyphs? CRC, Nago, Vex. Quarks, Seer, Fool. Okay. Yeah, that kind of checks out. What of this guy? I'm ready to push tower tomorrow. I'm getting there. Finishing all my glyphs right now and some stuff like that. Okay, last chance. A lot of Tybalts and a lot of flicker steps that I have sitting around. If no one takes them, I'll just like YOLO sanctify them. Best Paladin build for tower is Judgement. I wonder if I can actually do Ahu Quacks on this. Seer, Gar. Wait a minute, why the hell do I even have Gar? I think I did some testing there. Say. I'm gonna see what happens of Ahu and Quacks. How's my glyphs? 100, 100, 100. Oh, it seems like they're all leveled actually. Okay, so not very much to do here. What's going on now? Ah, you want Flicker. Flicker. Okay, let's see. He has a bunch. I might have more actually, I need to check. Yeah, I have more on my other guy. I've gotten the grandfather mythic affix. Yeah, like 12 times or so. Actually empty. Okay, so I think this was this. Do I have more? I thought I had more, but I think I gave flickers to someone already, so maybe this is it actually, Nekon. I think this guy was empty. This is empty. Zipala is Treasure Breach and Tybalts. I have a lot of Tybalts. Anyone wants Tybalts? Any barbs in chat or something? Yeah, goodie. Right, where are you?
Hello.
think this guy also wouldn't need the Arbiter Zephyr, right? We have 35 cooldown. There's no cooldown on the glove. There's some here, nothing here. Nothing here. Okay. But there's not much else to put there. What else is there actually? Wild Bolt, we don't want that on this build. Okay. I want to see what happens with the wolves. Circe, Ahu, Quacks. So 100. Let's just set it. How much outer duration is this? 80. 180. So it's like 4.5. It's like 11 seconds or so. So close. Oh no. Using Varb. Yeah, I don't have any use for Tibbard's Wills, really, so if someone wants Tibbard's Wills on hardcore, let me know. I have like 50 of them or something. Thanks, Greedy, by the way, appreciate this up. I just wanted to give you like a little leg up after the rip, so. Okay, we're doing WSD gaming now, guys, with this build. We're gonna take this guy into the tower tomorrow as well. Getting a bit of a warm up here. I do not have the Fortify. The wrong thing there. Hi, Tysian. I think it's necessary to have expansions to make a build work. Well, if you don't have Vessel of Hatred, you're gonna miss out on a bunch of stuff, yes. But it's a playable game. The Law of Hatred is optional right now. This is at least until April. It's only the Paladin you're missing. I heard people are really upset over the PoE2 League mechanic, apparently nerfed it too late. Yeah, PoE2 League is completely fucked right now. So much that they actually decided to do like a community effort to do like a restart, and there's like a private league with like 50,000 people or something right now. How much for the Tibbard's? I don't know, 100 M apiece would be nice. They're all 800. I have like 50 of them or something. Now we have a few people actually. Turbotiv, don't call it a Tauron. Suddenly everyone wants Tibbard's, huh? If you have some Belial Husks, that would be nice. I would take those. But yeah, we have a lot of these Tibbard's here. Look, they're all like this basically. So kind of decent 800s. So you can just mass land them.
Use it well.
think there was something I wanted to change, no? What was that? Did I forget something? Five. I think I have this command here, right? Because I'm too far away from these guys to apply my weekend debuff of the Fanaticism Aura. And the aspect that applies it with Disciple skills is not working right now, so that's great. And that's my meta talk, guys. Hand me. I want to get the Amulet passive. You've been 1 month. You play Paladin, got 0 chance. Never get one. How do you do it? I mean, you can try to gamble amulets. You can try to do Under City Radiance Tributes with the 50 million bargain. I've done that yesterday, for example, so for like, I don't know, 3 hours or something, and then I ended up with like 20 amulets I was slamming with like 2 to 3 passives. So you can do that. You can try to craft the jewelry caches if you have leftover fragments at the jeweler. Or the fastest way to find other side or Under City? It's hell no and no. The answer is Treasure Breaches and Horonic Strongrooms. Yeah, I like the setup actually. I think this works well with the Aho Quacks here. Yes, seriously, Nago Vex. I guess I should make push here. So we have this already, and we have this already. So nothing else really changes actually, just the runes. Okay. I deleted my death trap stuff. I'm not planning to do it now. Maybe next season. Okay, are we doing this with the tables or not? So Dark Holiday said no. Tauron, did he add me? I don't see a request. And there was someone in Twitch that Turbo Tiff. Yeah, I would appreciate either a bit of gold or some Belial mats for the tables. If you have anything, otherwise, yeah. Whatever. Yeah, the clip you want to level, they're all 100 here. That's basically what I wanted to try with the Auquax, so we're gonna leave this here. Too bad this thing is 4 discipline. Would have been an insane neck. So 7, 10, 11, that's 11 ranks, and then 5 on guard. Okay, so this guy is set up, I would say. My Shadow Revolution guy is done, my Judgement guy is done, my Order is done, my Burnish guy is done. So I think this actually looks fine. They're all done actually. Crackle is done. Rogue, we don't care. And then the support guys. Yeah, my Spiritborn is not really done, but it's also not really done gearing, to be fair. So I have to work on this one over the next week or so. I have like a lot of Belial mats. Yeah, play for a little bit. My Necro needs some work. Uh-oh. I don't need anything. I want to get rid of my Tibbard's wills. I have 50 of them or so. That someone needs to take for me before I rage salvage them. Well, you're on softcore, that doesn't work, Moss. Okay, last attempt was Turbo Tiff. I'm broke. Okay. Take him anyway, if you're in hardcore. Or else. Should have to have it now. 12.7. Temerity. What's my glyphs at here? 68. I can definitely ramp this a little bit. I actually have a guzzler here. Colossal, Spirit, Guzzler, Turf. I want to level the fitness. We're not doing revenge, I guess. Okay, let's have some glyphs here. So like some 75 or something. Or else Lamaveria. Have to add you after this. Guys wanna see some big rakes? Let's go. The 50 million rocks I won in the party. Yeah, we were doing this in the party yesterday. But I have to do Radiance tributes. That's the important part as well. Radiance plus 50 million bargain. That's the way. Should I get a few Whisper Casts for the power level of Fresh Drink? Yeah, I need 4 to get to level 35. Then you can equip your mythics. Do Pit 10 and then farm T1 lair bosses. That's the way. Holy hardcore gamer. Well, if you ever get some Belial Mats, I wouldn't mind. Good luck. Would you never play Rogue? Because Rogue since the expansion has just not been that fun, to be honest. And right now as well, like the push build is completely awful. So I don't want to do that. But I do have a Rogue that I've played quite a bit actually this season already with Heartseeker. I played last season Heartseeker. I played a lot of like Death Trap in season 6 and 7, and then 9, 10, 11 I played Heartseeker, and then I'm not sure what I was doing in season 8. But yeah, there's like not that many good and fun builds right now on the Rogue, that's the problem. The most of the stuff I want to play is just completely bad, or, you know, the good stuff is just not really fun. So... Headshot Master, I'm prepping my characters for tower a little bit. I leveled a lot of glyphs now to 100 on all of my guys. Need to respec my characters to push. I mean, most of them are already fine, but I can maybe do some min-maxing. My Judgement guy needs a respec and my support guys, I think. So I'm going to do that. Just doing all kinds of prep today. So I can log in tomorrow and blast. Make a Neko do tower 80, guaranteed top 100. Yeah, on hardcore, for sure. It's gonna be very funny to see the Neko ladder. I'm not sure I'm supposed to become tanky on this class, man. Like, what is this? Dude, evade is gonna win on hardcore, man, because evade is just evading. They're not gonna die. Unless they're called hand sanitizer. It's Flurry not pushable in tower. Funny enough, Flurry is used in the push build, but not as the carry. It's just there to trigger momentum and Beastful Boots. But yeah, Flurry is not anywhere close to like the Alpha Maker Heartseeker. Do I miss TB Rogue? Not really. I've played a lot of TB Rogue. Probably like my most played build ever in this game, so I don't really miss it right now. I've played like in 8 different seasons or something. But it would be nice if TB Rogue was coming back as like some really good option. Has been dedicated to just be like a push build for, well, since the expansion hit basically. So it would be nice to see more overall TB viability. Man, crushing it is so much fun. Like, look at the skeleton parts flying. Beautiful. It's just such a nice build. Definitely okay, toughness, dude. Holy. Look, we're still getting recipes here on this guy. I already have like 3 mythic slams, but I want to get temper recipes. That's actually kind of hilarious. Oh god. Payback is a tower push bit right now. Yeah, crushing is catching up a little bit though. So I think it'll be payback number 1 and crushing it number 2. Pretty close to rake. Quill a little bit behind that. So this is kind of like where it lands, I think. So we'll see. But I'm just going to do crushing it, you know. I think on hardcore there's a very good chance that everyone who's playing payback will just die. And in that case, crushing hand is actually a pretty hardcore viable build, I'd say. More than the other Spirit Bomb builds for sure. So even if I'm a little bit weaker than the payback guys, maybe I'm fine. And I have the 3 mythics, so I got a Stardust, I got a Grandfather, and I got the Shaco. I got the combo. Just need to fix my rings. I need to get a Harmony. Then maybe some upgrades on some other stuff. I think I won't get around making an amulet with an aspect though on this class, so we'll see. Oop. Payback falls off, I don't have GG gear. For what reason? Does that fall off more than others?
See some steel you need?
More loyal friends you'll not find.
One second. Oh, extra saucy. You got 50 quality whoosh and 19 lightning damage whoosh. Ah, interesting. I guess it mostly comes down to the supremacy ranks. Supremacy is pretty OP, and if you get like a few more ranks on that, that might make it worth it. You hit a Pojic Fura on your second trumpet ring. Yeah, that's worthless. Guy be gaming. Doesn't do anything for you. The revived Deckard Kane, you go on fishing adventure with him. Holy man. You guys logging in? So I think in the past monsters didn't scale up the damage after 100, but now they said that they are scaling up, but I'm not sure how much. I think it's relatively light though. But it's 32% multiplicative HP per tier. So it's insane HP scaling. Like after 100, every single tier is like another brick wall, basically. You have to push through. Fishing permit, 35 bucks a season. So you're allowed to fish in the Skovos Isles. Which tower pit system is better, D3 or D4? Yeah, definitely D3 by a mile for now. But that is hopefully gonna get changed soon. D4 has the advantage it's actually being actively developed, and D3 is getting nothing right. So they can take the best things from D3 and make them even better. Tower is nowhere near done, so... Is Pet 75 the best farm Glyph XP? No. There's no Glyph XP in this game anymore. That was abolished like 2 years ago. Fishing will be great, it will be a rare chance they get pulled underwater when we get to explore the underwater stuff. Oh man. Now I want to play Cataclysm again.
Blessings on your return.
Yeah, I've played Burning Crusade, I know about the lurker below. That was fun. In fact, Rex is asking me right now if I want to join him for some top tier raiding guild for the TBC relaunch. So I'm thinking about it right now. Could be nice. There's no polearm on Paladin, which is kind of weird. I think I should probably give them polearms. Not that they would want to use them right now, but in the future of shields not completely dominating the entire class, it would be cool to have polearms, I think. What's the best and most fun build that isn't Paladin? Crackle. Anyone here gonna play the TBC WoW servers? I wish Diablo exists in real life. No, I've never wished that actually. I think this would be kinda monka. Oh, they are burn hard. It's really the best method to farm for gear. What I'm doing is not the best method to farm for gear. It's either lair bosses or Asmodan, and then under cities with the Tribute of Ascendance for mythics or Tributes of Radiance for amulets. And then Obol spam from Undercity as well. Just a 130 in Judgement on the phone glyph instead of Imbiber, it felt way smoother. Yeah, of course, it feels a lot smoother when you don't have to hammer your potion button 20 times per second. I see that. I'm happy for you, Metroid Pro. No, this is called lucid dreaming that Metroid Pro is talking about. That's when you are aware that you're dreaming and it allows you to control your dreams. Some people just have that by default. You can also learn how to do it. I've been looking into this, but I've never really succeeded. But most of the time I don't really have enough, like, you know, I can't really pay enough attention to trying to make this happen. Trying to proc a default multi-shot a rogue lucid dream, man. What else? This is Crushing Hand Spiritborn, yeah. Yeah, I know sleep paralysis too. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, if you're trying to proc a lucid dream, this can actually happen. Well, boss, do we go there? Sure, I guess. And Nekon's transmog is really unsettling, I have to say. Need more people here.
Greetings.
This is Crushing Hand Spiritborn right now. Sleep paralysis is the bad proc. I'm thinking about Payback, Spiritborn, and the Tower. That's currently the number 2 behind Paladin. It's about to get a lot stronger on Monday. So I think it's pretty good. Problem is, the build is like not playable in hardcore. As far as I'm aware. At least not the double melted heart build. I mean, technically you can do double melted heart on any of the Capulator builds, right? Not just Payback. But Payback has triple resource scaling, so I guess it benefits the most on that. But you can't do it in hardcore, so... Can you just run normal Payback without Thorns? Yeah, this has something to do with Thorns though, no? Yeah, you can do normal Payback and you can do Thorns Payback. But both of them want double static. And the double static is the problem that kills you, no? Because sometimes you just don't have resources and then you get popped.
Thanks.
Does that come?
There is magic in
Do we
all
craft some?
this. Let me show you.
Treasure. Man, it's been so long since I crafted a prankster. We're like, I don't know, 1500 keys in on crafting. It's crazy. I think I'm gonna level all the glyphs to 100 on this guy. We're not gonna push immediately on the Spiritborn anyway. There's still some more gear I have to make. Do you have the ability to import Paragon builds? We are decades away from that, I think.
It is done.
Towers in 23.5 hours. To remove the Divine Gift debuff when you have to go to the pit. For pushing you want to remove the Divine Gift here, yeah. You shackled your grandfather. Nice. Is it worth to start or not play Paladin? Yes. Is it possible to go Judgement without starters? Or do you have to use a starters? Yeah, starters is not required for the build to work. But it's a 50% damage buff. So you want to use that? Okay. No Ahu rune trade. So, I tell this guy, okay, 150 M for Ahu. He invites me. And then he asks me, hey, do I have more? I said, yeah, sure. Okay, I want 15. 2.25p. And he's like, what? I have 600 M. Okay, I guess not then. I'm not sure what he wants from me. He wants 15 Ahu runes, man. And he seemed not just upset. How long will the event be? The Maxroll event will be 23rd January to 1st of February. And if you want, message Chronix and we can spin the wheel for you if you want. For the class. When the time comes. Eight holy or 25 quality on Griswold? Good question. If the 25 quality gives you +1 on both passives, that is better than 8 holy. Or even if it's like only 1 on a passive and then you get a bunch of strength and life, that might win against 8 holy as well. Quality on the Grizzled is not that terrible actually, even with the DPS not going up. At points the wheel spin. We could give 1 free point for a random class. I think that is not a bad idea actually. And if we act now, we can purchase some holy. Okay. So I'm pushing an update, or is it coming later? It's fine. I was just running ready instead of consecration, and Ahu Quox with restore resource like a hit ring. So those were the 3 changes. Hello. Diana, thank you so much. How are you? Came in some rings by Barber, got 2 JA Starless. Nice. Yeah, Gamba mythics happen from time to time. I think I got like 2 or 3 this season from Gamba. Actually a bit more, since they had like this overall madness of the goblins. I definitely got a bunch. It's a Spiritborn multi-box. Very fun class. Can recommend. That's Kakashi. On which slot? Shaco on Kapaneka. Oof. So close. Are you talking about Metroid Pro? Are you gonna do the Guzzler stuff actually for pushing? It's 20%, huh? Just the non-elites and bosses. Maybe. We can't remove this. Can't remove that. And this. And that. So it's only Outmatch versus Guzzler. We'll see. So normal still the best way to summon divine gifts. That's the most chill way. The fastest is PvP zone, or in a hunt to what is it called? Restless Canopy and the Field of Giants. Xeter. Yeah, thinking about not playing Cracksock and see if I can push a Frozen Orb in tower. Yeah, I think I should be like maybe 10 tiers behind or so, Frozen Orb. What's the fast way to 60 if I already have a gear at 60? You do Whisper caches until at least 45, which is 4 caches. Then equip your mythics, and then go pit 10, and then go T1 layer bosses. That can take you like 15 minutes or so, 10 minutes. It's pretty fast. If you kill the bosses in like a few seconds, and you have mats to open, you can boost yourself pretty quick. I did 52 to 60 in like 2.5 minutes once on one of my ults. So self-boosting. Best way to farm gold is pit. Of the divine gifts. I can print gold really fast, yeah. Like a few billion power easily. Each bit is like, I don't know, 40 to 80 million gold or something. So you do like, I don't know, 25 pits an hour on a fast build. I can easily get like a billion or two. Yep. For my fix. Good luck. Got 67 billion gold and nothing to do with it. I think you have to start blasting some Belials or something, or Radiance tributes. Buy prankster runs, that too. Can spam slam some mythics. Maybe get a grandfather on your shroud or something.
sings on your return.
What's happening here? Yeah, we're getting glyphs ready. Since from tomorrow we're gonna live in a tower, there's no glyphs there. So I need to make sure everything is like properly set up. Haven't played Pit in a week or two actually. Kinda wild. They're actually playing the game, it's crazy. Who I play? I play Spiritborn. One class. Yeah, Spiritborn is my third class. I'm not taking it that seriously, but you know, maybe gonna get a nice rank with it too. But I'm gonna get Paladin rank 1 and then a Sorc rank 1, so that's the strat right now. Spiritborn is like an extra. I have the 3 Mythic Slams already on the Spiritborn, so the hard part is done. What Outdoor will be the fastest? It's close to the fastest, but that is not really what we care about in the tower. In the tower we care about power. In that case, that is Judgement. Rank 1 hardcore overall. Nah, in this game, hardcore is not gonna beat softcore, I think. Softcore has... I mean, when SSF is out, I would say maybe. But without SSF, there's no way that hardcore can beat softcore on any leaderboard, I think. And the economy and the, you know, the RMT and all that stuff is like way too large in softcore, I would say. That's not a bug, Tashinada. You don't have a masterwork. Sorry, you don't have a temper crit most likely. So try to get that. If it's an 800 item power item, you can get a GA temper and then masterwork that too. So it goes from 30, 25%, it's 37.5, then 50% masterwork. That's 52.5, and then the temper crit is 67.5. This is not Necro, this is Spiritborn. SCR26. I'm going to give Barb a chance. No. I made 2 support Barbs already. I don't want to do really more on Barb this season. I don't want to go for this double static stuff. I mean, I have some static boots sitting around and stuff, so I could play the build if I wanted, but I don't really want to. Like, Hoda is very boring. It's a very boring build. I want Whirlwind Hoda back. That was fun. But, I don't know, just like face tanking everything and holding right click until it dies without moving. I mean, that's just like the shittiest imaginable push scenario, to be honest. So, I don't want to do that. Like, just gave away like 30 Tibalts to some guy to slam. Yeah. I wonder if he even has enough sigils for that. This guy was like Paragon 160 or something. He's got 30 GG Tibalts. Good luck to that guy. Did I try Chain Scourge at all? Chain Scourge is nice, but I don't want to play Kick if that's what you're asking. Is loot in tower or just leaderboard? I think there is no loot at all. There is XP, but I think there's no loot. And I mean, it doesn't matter if there's anything at all, because tower is very slow. So even if there was anything there, it would be worthless, because we don't really get any clears in, right? Like, most of the tower runs will be reset halfway through, and then sometimes you'll actually finish one. So yeah, there's nothing to be earned there, really, right now at least. Did not. Yeah, that's the guy actually, Tobo. He got my Tibalts. Let me know if I get something good. I'll do is Rake over Scourge. Because I can't be arsed with Fear right now. But for pushing, it makes sense to have some Scourge in there. It's a pretty nice damage buff.
Well, hello, shining beauty. Not a bad shame that. Hello, well, hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's still got some good in it?
Do you need any mythics or slime on a Spiritborn? I appreciate the offer. I mean, you can give the spots to someone else, or I don't know, I can fill the spots with people as well. I don't really need any mythics, but yeah, sure, I guess I'm gonna slay more. Maybe gonna get something lucky. And my spirit one actually wouldn't mind getting some shrouds, because I need a tenacity aspect on either my helm or my shroud. And I'm not sure how easy it will be to get like a really nice harmony that actually has that aspect. It's probably going to be a bit of a struggle. Necron needs mythics. Last day before tower means what? Means tomorrow. It counts. Oh, wait a minute. I actually have 2 skulls. Oh. I have 2 skulls and 1 diamond. Oopsie. We're running the wrong rings all the time. Do I have you under this fawn? Tomorrow on hardcore, people die with bugs. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't go to the world boss tomorrow, guys. On hardcore.
Better than starting from nothing.
And now it's better there's no place in the wrong spot and tower bosses are doing too much damage. Yeah, sorry that all the guys died on hardcore, but it is what it is. Is that you? Spawn? Stockman, okay. Alright, let's look. Do I fill the party or what? Who's lower level? Fortify is not a barrier. This build is crushing hand, kid.
Greetings.
Oh, you can pet the bird as well, look. It lands on your arm. Oh, that's cute actually. I didn't realize they had made an animation for that as well. I guess so. Ask the other guy in chat. Who's that? Serious. Okay, so should I fill one spot then or what? Let's see who's here. No Paragon. Tobo already got all the pans. Build 2, okay. What? Yeah, I was on softcore, okay. You can't just consider on Paladin. You can if you use the Bulwark rune. I'm gonna log on Rogue for the Prankster actually. With weapons, is there a difference where it matters the most between 750 and 800? Yeah, weapons matters the most, but in general you want to have 800 gear everywhere. But in some cases it's okay, like, you know, gloves, when you go like, you know, crit cooldown, attack speed, all these rolls are almost the same on 750 versus 800, just you're missing a GA. The thing is, if you slam a aspect, it will also roll in the normal range, not the ancestral range. Ancestral aspects roll a bit higher. You just start Diablo, any tips? Enjoy, actually. Should play the campaign once you're ready to learn how to play this game. Check out something like this here. Greedy, did you reply? Where is he? Yeah, I guess otherwise you can get Nekon in here. Seriously, this face, man. Okay, let's invite Nekon. Don't want to keep the guy waiting too long. You think Chronix recover it? I hope so. Why is Crushing Iron Spearborn not S tier? Yeah, I gotta move it up after today's stream, actually. I think all the Capitega builds will be S tier now and push the buffs tomorrow. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't bug out. Like last time I had a prankster, it just didn't appear. There was no prankster in the entire dungeon. And this guy is right here. Okay. Oh my god, man, what? Oh no, dude. Poor Doombringers. Log out, dude. Okay. And one petition at least. Yikes. Okay, thanks to Turnan. Wait, who was that? Thorn Twee. Wait, do you have another one? Oh shit. He has 2. Now I need 4 arms like in PV1B. Do you try a Zenith build? Yeah, not yet actually. I'll do it soonish. Since I don't really have much to grind anymore. Zenith is definitely something I'll do before I'll start the Maxroll event. Shabza. Okay, round 2 guys, let's go. Can we outrun the Paladin? Well, if they keep doing the jumps like this, then I can actually. This is a race now. Oh, got it. Ooh. Ooh. At least one of the GAs landed. Do we finish this? And currents have run the race. Holy. Okay, this one was a lot better. 2 shrouds, 1 starless. What exactly is the Tower Beta? That's the leaderboard feature. Okay. That was it, I guess. Do we slam mythics? Can stand the Shaco too, I suppose. Yeah, so the shrouds we'll do on the Spiritborn actually, because I try to hit tenacity aspect. The rest doesn't really matter, I suppose. Okay, thanks. The Shaco I need to do on the Paladin actually, because I'm trying to get aura skills on it. For support Paladin. This is gonna be on a Sork, I guess. Okay, do I have any rings here? Ring. Does the tower require DLC pre-purchase? Nope. That's just Paladin. That Shaco, nice.
Oh, there's another shot. The hammer sings on your return.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
I realize I should be first tempering, because I don't know what I'll actually have to temper in the end. Before I reroll all this. So try hard. I don't really want to waste the scrolls on these rings. They're not great rings. And the number gets worse every roll. Pain.
There's a good one. More there than I thought.
There goes 200M. And like 500 souls. Okay. Oof. Actually, I just thought about something. What if we just give up one of the attack speed rolls and go Dex instead? This is 2.2. 150. It's 5.2% for a Dex roll. So the attack speed roll is bigger. But it's like a full 20 attack speed, so it's more than just a attack speed roll. It's like a good attack speed roll and a masterwork on it. So if I put the masterwork on a Dex instead, for example, this would be more like 6.5% maybe. Or 7. And here. It's 8.3% and faster attacks means everything better. Okay, we go for the attack speed anyway. Alright. Execute and Andario. Nice.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. Impeccable.
yes, I have wares. Beautiful and handy.
New legendary power. Fuck. New legendary power. Oh my god. Oh. Game on ring. It's a 4GA. Wow. I guess I can throw us in there. I can Starlight again. Every 20% of my life that I heal, or every 120% that I overheal. Wait a minute, I can actually do this one. He's all strength ring, so it's kind of crappy.
See some steel you need?
That's Shaco and Perdition. Congrats, man. The time we added the attack speed tables sometime this season. Yeah, this season? I don't think so. But we'll see. I think we have way more pressing testing to do. And Ava has been very swamped this entire season with stuff. He's like our main guy doing the attack speed breakpoints. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna have Paladin breakpoints really until sometime into the expansion, most likely. I mean, if they don't touch Preacher, they could maybe just do like very minimal attack speed breakpoint testing, like in the, you know, plus 100 to 140% range or something. Because like most builds will just have like cap 1 capped and then cap 2 like 10% from fanaticism, and that's it, right? There's not really any other breakpoints almost. So it's just a question of how much exactly we need then. So maybe this could be extracted pretty fast. Since like almost every single Paragon build just has the same attack speed anyway. And then you can like plus minus a little bit. The problem is just when they change Preacher, there's gonna be a bunch of builds that will not run that much attack speed anymore. If they change it. Tower is tomorrow. Panapa. Which boss fight got nerfed in your patch and which got buff? None actually. A bit surprising. You get like plus 15 on all the glyphs here. Should be kind of chill. I'm not gonna finish the Spirit Bond just yet, I guess. But for now, these are pretty fast runs still, so... But yeah, tomorrow this build is gonna be like 5 tiers stronger or something. So that's gonna be nice. My support druid is ready, let's go. Do you have people to play with as well? I wonder how many people we're gonna see actually, like, you know, random grouping up for like some support gameplay and group pushing in groups and stuff after tomorrow. Now, if they make farming high pit tiers worth, that could be interesting, right? And we would actually have some group meta for people to play together and stuff. Most don't even know what it is. Yeah, not surprising. Hundreds of billion of gold on husks, oh my god. That sounds like a lot of gold. Dude, I'm still getting temper manuals. This character has almost glyphs 100 and rep board finish. I'm still getting temper manuals, that's wild actually. Good luck, Dugs. You still need to activate yourself to mark for that thing. I mean, in PvP zone, that's untrue. Only one side needs to mark. And then you can fight each other.
You have no idea of the power I wield.
Yeah, if there's two people unmarked, they cannot attack each other. And you can just farm. But if there's one guy marked, he can force you to fight. You got Siddiq on boots and pants when you're playing Paladin, so you made a barb. Best place to farm scattered prisons apparently is a jeweler. Should try jewel crafting. The caches. I need to find a prankster now and give it away to 3 people. Since I had the other 2 runs earlier. Need to do the world bosses. You know, Greedy, have a good one. Already strategy for the tower. Yeah, go in, don't die to bugs, get rank 1. That's kind of later start.
See some steel you need?
Is this only Beast for the Harmony? Why does this always show up? Only Beast. Okay. 7 items. That's Pain Gorgeous and Fist though. I think I'm gonna do a few beasts. Or rather, this. Should be a lot more powerful now as well with the stuff here. Let's see. Have a GA loyalty? I do not. I haven't been farming any loyalties. Job from Beast. And we don't need more Escher Gezungi actually. Because we got our grandfather on it already. So this one is done. No. So I'll probably go for more Kapalekis, maybe. I have one with Retribution and a decent roll. But it will depend on what I get on my rings. Like, I still have nothing on my rings, and also nothing on the neck. And we want Edgemasters, we want Conceited, and we want Accelerating, I think. And maybe Inner Calm. I don't even have a slot for Inner Calm anymore at this point. So I need to get one of these things on the neck at some point, I guess. And then 2 on the rings, and then I guess we'll see. Inner Calm is probably the worst here. Inner Calm versus Accelerating might be kind of close. Exclamation mark, Sank Guide, Adam. What is that, Beast? Yeah. Now the question is, do we sanctify 750s? I guess we sanctify 750s, right, if they have good rolls. Shouldn't really matter that much. I mean, it's a bit of all stats, a bit of dex, movement is irrelevant, velocity is irrelevant. Yeah, okay, we can do that. That should be actually not too hard. Gonna miss a bit of armor, I suppose. Vegan recipes. Okay, what is our minimum threshold for harmonies? This is a 36. So this is already a 5.7% loss. Or actually, lack of gain, I guess. So this will be a 5.5 loss. So I think 36 is really the minimum that you want to even try. Okay, how does this compare to a 750? Let's see. Let's say we even hit the dex. Okay, perfect. And here we have the GA dex. So this is a 120 dex difference almost. Pretty good, actually. Actually, this is 159. How much can this roll? 99. 173. So it seems to be like on the lower end here. Okay, if we assume the average is 94, so it'll be 164 decks versus 272 decks. This is 108 difference. Wait, this was 2.4, right? Will be a 3.4% loss from the decks, assuming we have a GA dex and not any other GA. So the difference is smaller or nothing, or like, yeah, almost nothing, if we don't have the GA dex, yeah. Okay, so I think for 800s, we're gonna go with 36 plus. And for 750s, you go with 38 plus. Let's do this. Actually, I sorted the wrong one. This is a 30. Is there any allies you want? I guess Fist of Fate and Pain Gorges, we can save those. Are in favor of significations to return? Absolutely. Signification made the season, I think. And it's gonna make this game much more fun. Definitely is a bit faster than yesterday. When I was here. Around the cube plus signification, that's true in game. Dude, I hope they give us some really cool crafting with the cube. Not a single one. During the hardcore event is access to stash allowed? Yes. You're supposed to empty your stash before the event, and then you can use it, of course. I mean, you need to be able to stash stuff, right? So that you can mix and match a little bit, since there's no imprinting and stuff. Nah, it's fine. The stash is not mentioned, and this implies you can use the stash, I think. It's fine. We also never had an event so far where a stash was not allowed.
The forge is ready. Whatever.
I think it is mentioned in the rules, Wonkas. For people that have played hardcore, like empty the stash and stuff like that. And I think it's also mentioned that you're not allowed to use any of your previous gear and stuff, so... Is there no game audio? Should be hearing it now. I guess on Twitch it's hard to hear because I have quite loud music compared to the game sound. The game sound is like low in the background. Okay, I'll take a look at the sheet again later, Wonkas. Get a fresh account for the event, holy. Dude, I should buy a second account just so I can play the events on those. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll do it. But then I have to give Blizzard money. Mule Angle in Season 12, oh no. Now would be the Mule time. 4GA Helm. Yo. Time to slam. Ask Bloodshed for private service. Yeah, I discussed this with Joe Pipiora like 2 years ago. And he seemed much in favor of this, but I'm not sure what happened, so... Okay, we're gonna absolutely slam tenacity aspect on this helm, right? Nice razor blade. Save it for payback.
See some steel you need? More damn than I thought.
Easy.
Some solid bits here.
Let's go for the decks. Okay.
Things on your return.
I hope you appreciate that.
New additional power. Hold. Fuck. I can do this one as well, right? It's only a 34 though. But, I don't know, send it. New affix, 200 decks. Someone wins, I guess. He's a GA loyalty, but it came from the back, so unlucky. Oh, there's actually very little loot from this. Interesting. Compared to how he gets spammed with loot in other places. Oops. Well, it was a 9. Got any gold in WoW left? Use WoW tokens and buy the Elder. Oh, I might have gold there, I guess. I can use WoW tokens. Wait, how does that work? I know you can buy the tokens for gold to then use as game time. But can you convert gold into actual Battle.net currency? But I don't think I really have anything left there. I mean, I haven't really played WoW very actively in the last like 8 years or something. And back then, yeah, I did buy like, I don't know, 100 tokens and just let my account run for like 5 years at some point. The gold I had. Build user starters with a Project Fuhrer sank. That sounds like a yikes, actually, if you ask me. You made so much gold from garrisons. Yeah, I hated the garrisons. I didn't do much of that. But in Legion, I made way too much gold with Mythic Plus carries. And yeah, I don't know. As I said, I bought like 100 tokens at some point, just because I bought like the entire fucking market at some point. There was actually no token left to buy, and I was like, okay, I think that's enough. And the reason I put it out on how many tokens you can buy now. I don't know. Maybe. I had a lot of gold.
I can break that down.
This one will get buffed. No, they will get unfucked. But it results in a buff compared to now, I guess. Tomorrow's build will be like roughly twice as strong and so on those builds. Bit more of a crushing hand. How about Rogue? Nothing is happening with Rogue. Seems like they are perfectly okay with people putting a full macro setup into their build guide for the Orphan Maker Heartseeker version. Who is this? It's wudijo. And the music playing is Sapphire from Alcest and Perturbator. Oh. We have still 3 minutes now. Got Chaco's vacation and first boots. Nice. Yeah, Chaco on the Origin is actually insane. Even though they don't care about the defense, but the +4 skill ranks is actually a lot of damage because you have only 5 ranks normally. This is worth keeping. 51%, 300. I don't know.
The forge. You can still use these.
I think the new DLC in April is worth 56. 56 what? Six, 7? Okay. $120. Can we fill the inventory in 120? I think we can. Canadian dollars. 56 Canadian dollars. That sounds like a steal for the expansion. Okay, last one and go world boss, I guess. It's Asmodan.
How can I help? There's that.
New class expansion. 2 of them. Oh, sorry, it's here. He's jumping temper manual still. Oh my god. After all this time and so many reliable kills, I'm still getting temper manuals. It's actually crazy. Yeah. Oh, perfect inventory full. This is the one here. That one sigil. No. That is actually true, Lomaveria. Okay. Random Asmodan loot. I'll take that. We'll make the soft to death trap and dance it nice at average rolls. Yes. Death trap is pretty insane. Can craft 18. Nothing. What challenge? 1 second. Get a sword challenge. What sword challenge? Not sure which one you mean. Like in-game achievement or something, or what? I have no idea. This? I mean, I don't know, press Soar a bunch and you have it, I guess. Get a bunch of cooldown. I mean, not evade, I guess. Anything but evade. And then you just use Soar as a mobility skill and at some point you have it. Was it even payback for tower? No. I want to do this build. But although payback pushing is kind of fun, to be honest. Now this is crushing hand.
I can bring. Don't ruin all that work.
Here's Rake. But it's only for ferocity. Here's crushing hand. I go for resource cost reduction. Because Capitaleka acts as if you had a bigger resource pool if you have resource cost reduction. So with 50 RCR, you actually have double the Capitaleka consumption. That's a pretty big damage multi. I get no helm. Strongest Spellbomb build will be Payback. What about Rake or Crushing Hand? Yeah, they're kinda close behind. Payback.
Come back if you need the force.
Have to get these helms, man. But it's not that many aspects, I suppose. Spellborn has tenacity, temporal incisions, and endurance. So that's 3 defensive aspects on Spellborn specific, and 4 non-Spellborn specific. But also 4 utility aspects. Okay, so it means when I hit a new aspect on the helm, it is 4, 8, 11 choices. The 1 in 11 when I hit an aspect. Not that terrible, I suppose. I mean, don't care about the roll on it. Problem is that getting the helm in the first place is kind of tough, because there's this gigantic roll, 20 to 40%. I should probably run the 10 wave hordes to get 1000 Edda. Like, the goal is to get 1000 Edda. This allows you to go Bartok in the chest. Yeah, hordes already worked last season, actually.
That looks worn. Don't ruin all that work.
Fear of Heaven or Order, what's the more powerful build? It's Judgement, but that uses Spear, yes. But the build is called Judgement. Oh.
Come back if you need the forge.
I think it would make sense if like Nightmare Dungeons have like, you know, a legendary affix, have to give them like some legendary glow or something. Set a mythic affix, give them some mythic glow. And then, okay, you can still check what exactly it is, right? But at least they would know to like sort it out easy. Looking forward to GTA 6. I don't care too much, to be honest. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. I play like the super old GTAs, like GTA 2 and GTA 3 mostly. And like a little bit of some of the others. It's gonna be interesting to see like how good of a game GTA 6 is gonna be mostly for me. Because the expectations are high.
Don't ruin all that work.
Going on there, Psycho. Which build do bar players use to farm gear with? Leapquake. Ring. Holy, 160 husks. Temerity, Remy. You do not get the entire purifier claw, search the whole day. Yeah, it's tough. Farm under cities. You want to farm under cities anyway, I guess, so.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
Oh, sorry.
But use it well.
It's the guy who was in our Mythic Prankster party earlier. The 5 blood and 1 stone. Thank you. Okay, now I really have to find a prankster to give away to someone. Guess I'm gonna do every single world boss until I get a prankster. Then invite 3 random people. How's that sound? Thank you, Kalia. Yeah, he was said I finished hardcore, so yeah, this is why. He's zooming for Nintendo Zenith. Yo, I need to try this at some point. I'm definitely gonna do a Zenith, and also gonna do the Cathedral song build before the Maxroll event. So we'll see. Yo, Matthias Raiders. Yo, Matthias. Hello. How's it going, man? You ready for tomorrow? Two minutes sanctified minutes later, no offensive aspects. And you know what? The funny part is, expected. Yeah, I've given up on offensive aspects on like I actually have one of accelerating, but it's not a great one. And I have accelerating on the ring. And I have another one of inner calm, but it's for the wrong build. Okay. He's so excited for expansion not to have passive skill tier on amulets. I'm sure they can find other cool stuff to put on amulets that we really want, that is a weight of like 1 to 2,000. Okay guys, you wanna see some rank 1 rogue puff, then you should check out Matthias, one of our Maxroll rogue guided riders. I think I should put more cool stuff on amulets. Like, passes are already kinda cool, but they mostly just number go up. And I wanna see even more cool stuff. You know, stuff like the chance to make enemies vulnerable. I think that could be an amulet only role. And then, I don't know, chance to gain Fortify, chance to gain Resolve, chance to gain Ferocity, or some shit like that. That would be cool, you know? Or even like, you know, stuff like Ferocity, like maximum Resolve stacks, maximum Ferocity stacks, or stuff like that. Overpowered chance, how about that? Like, I want to see stuff like that on amulets.
There's that.
Chance to fill your offering of all runes. You could do a lot of really cool stuff, I think. Dude, now I want to see a mythic that allows me to have a third rune word. How about that? Gives me like mythic pants, and it just says you can have a third rune word. Like a hit, chance to drop 10 oboes. Oh boy. That seems early actually, Sophia. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Chance some mobs to drop good loot. Oof. Like a hit, chance for one item to randomize its sanctification. Can you say what time the tower opens? It's gonna be in 21 hours. Get 5 times Chakra Sank today. Holy, how much items have you done today? $700 per day, okay. Are they actually going ham here? Are you hardcore or softcore, Harley? Ugh, saved. Okay. I feel like the gift that gives gems drops in Helltide is a bit buggy. I haven't noticed anything about buggy there.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Good grandpa on your shroud. That's good, you think? Wait, is it? And did that like 2 minutes after he raided me. That's very sus, I gotta say. How good our spirit gonna be tomorrow? Very good. I'm getting an okay amount of helmets here, I guess, to slam. How many do I need? I said it's a 1 in 11. Right? I think there was 4 defensive, 4 utility, and 3 spiritborn defensive. Yeah, so it's 1 in 11 when you get legendary power. Okay, I could get a mythic, I guess. But let's ignore that. So 1 in 11. And how often is legendary power? Like 1 in 7? So it should be like less than 100 helmets. It's actually not too bad. I'm getting like, I don't know, 1-2 helmets per inventory maybe, that'd be safe. Which is every 4 or 5 kills. Okay, so like 200-300 kills maybe. 6 stacks, that's quite a lot actually. Also the crappy Belial damage. Last season a crappy Hydrabuild could kill Belial in like 2 hits. That was last season and that was Hydra. And now we're playing a build that is relatively weak on boss. With relatively crappy gear. And bugged. In a bad way. So I think we're doing okay. That is a YouTube comment. Oh, 3 handles here, nice. 36 I'm not gonna save. And it made the fight definitely a bit reminiscent of the D3 Belial. But it's missing the first 2 phases and he also has different moves. So it kind of just like looks similar, but the fight itself is very different actually. It's good to season the nerfed Hydra. Yeah, but I think Hydra is still like relatively solid actually. But yeah, it's not Crackle. The Crackle is pretty OP for Sork. It's just that Sork generally lost the most from like its ridiculous seasonal powers, right? Last season Sork was invincible and had like, I think the strongest power on top of that. So you have a 214 level Paladin and can't escape pit 50. You should probably check out the Maxroll guide. Sounds like there's many things wrong with your build. I don't know what you're playing. I can give you some pointers, I guess, if you tell me what build you're doing. But I recommend just pick one of our builds and you're gonna have an easy time.
The forge is ready. Whatever.
And besides Paladin, all the other classes are actually relatively close. Brazil. Sork has done 123, I believe. Spirit is a bit ahead of the rest. Spirit is like 130, I think, right now, and it's about to get like another 2-3 tiers stronger tomorrow. Yeah, Barb is also at 130. But I mean, Sork with Crackle is, outside of Paladin, probably the best build in the game. Like, as an all-rounder. So I think there's not much to complain there. Besides the lack of build diversity on this on the class. There's like Evade and Crackle, and they're both insane for outside of Paladin builds. And then other classes still have good stuff. Leapquake is very good. Rogue has a bunch of decent stuff. Death Trap especially, I'd say. Another Starless win with crit, yeah. It's the second one. RCR, what build is that, Bonkers? Should you use Vexwell on CE Sork? I heard it's bugged. Yeah, don't do it. You can do Ohm. RCR instead of like a hit restore. Yeah, without the like a hit restore, you're not gonna get your resources back. You kinda need that. But I guess on a ring, you can do it. You can still have like a hit restore on your weapons. Gets to one more inventory, and then slam. He had 40 slams in a row yesterday, it was 0 legendary powers, and 30 were amulets. Well, if it's any consolation, even if you hit legendary power and an amulet, there's like 29 options, I believe. With only like maybe 5 of them being actually like something you want offensively. How strong is Pusher and Order Mythic? The guide says about 10%. I don't think the guide mentions anything like that. The push version is certainly more powerful in terms of going high tiers. And you don't have to make that many adjustments for it actually, so you should do that if you're planning to do like post pit 100, I'd say. I'll actually like update it slightly. I did some improvements on it earlier. Just mostly changing one skill, one temper, and one rune set. So for the ring temper, go for the lucky hit restore and restores. Here's another helm.
Hammer sings when you return.
Time. I actually have a good bunch here. I should have mastered first, so we have the confirmation on every one of them. Because that's gonna be a bit annoying now. With some of them having confirmation and not when I go masterwork.
Beautiful and handy.
There's a new one.
How much spam do you do on that class? Yes.
Oh, there's a shot.
Actually, depends on the build a little bit. Some are quite spammy though. This one is okay, I'd say. Usually face roll all the cooldowns like every 3 seconds. Your ult every 8, 6.
Some solid bits here. Oh, there's a shot. There's a new one.
Yeah, try to do some nair bosses, Sinzok. Get the levels pretty fast still.
Some solid bits here.
Let's go for either decks or all stats, I guess.
Some solid bits here. Oh, there's a shot. There's a new one.
Some water now, BRB. We were about to slam, right? These are ready. Let's go. So we're looking for our legendary power edit. Should be like a roughly 111 when that happens. We got 2 already. You want the tenacity aspect, which is extra resolve stacks. Oh, I got 3. I had a few earlier already, so I almost paid our due. Okay. What do I have a good right now? 38, 4 GA. Okay. And the protecting aspect. I wonder if this class can actually get physical damage. This is 40%. I got right here modifier. Losing a stack of resolve. That's the wrong resolve mod. Ah. Fuck. This thing implies decks of decks. Oh my god. This thing has 14 RCR actually. I can take that for now actually.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay, we go again. What was in 44? Is now separate by class? Yeah, of course. Das Maxroll guide for payback hasn't been updated since December 10. Uh-oh, time to write some angry messages. Well, I mean, you want Edge Master, Retribution, Accelerating, maybe Inner Calm, Conceded. Do you have enough slots for that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then Shaco, Metal Heart, Grandfather, Starless. Yeah, that build's gonna be tough to make, man. Because you want so many, like, crazy slams everywhere. And crazy, like, mythic on mythic and stuff. Oh boy. Said it would be easy to guess Bourbon. I didn't say that, I think. But in my case, I have the 3 mythic slams already. So that makes the rest relatively easy, I guess. The hard part will be the neck, I guess. I told Kat to check out the payback guide, and also like in general, we wanna do like a brush up on everything, I guess. That might still have outdated sanctifications and whatever. Alright, this build right now is Crushing Hand here, Rosie. Baron support is better than Barbarian with Cracked Zork. Good question. But I expect that Barb's Fields of Crimson does not buff Crackle. I think it generally doesn't work with sub-skills. And, okay, don't benefit from the attack speed from the Paladin or the crit chance, really. But at least you can get like a pretty juicy chunk of crit damage from the Fanaticism Aura. And what else, to be honest? Consecration, I guess. Okay, Barb still has Warcry and a bunch of other stuff. Hard to say. Maybe Barb is better with Zork. Barb is definitely more mobile and can pull stuff better, I think. Barb is also not required to have constant presence. You can just buff and run away and pull stuff, where Paladin you need to just sit on the DPS all the time, basically, and then you have this like consecration aura potency bullshit going on. Yeah, I'd say maybe Barb is actually the better support for Zork.
The forge is ready for whatever.
My setup is not exactly the same as Maxroll, but it's pretty close. Mostly I use Rake and Duelist Boots to get ferocity. Actually better for all non-pal DPS. Okay, like a good Warcry is something like 70 to 80%, I think. And what else does a Barb bring besides pulling Fields of Crimson? That probably doesn't work with Crackle. Yeah, I mean, getting the right like significations on like, you know, extra brawling skills or some shit, it's gonna be tough on the Barb, but besides that, it's not that hard to get, I think. Oh, JSec. Thanks for the sub, by the way. And a wing for Naughty Maz earlier. Sorry, are you still here? Congrats, Versace. I mean, there's plenty of builds that don't really care about attack speed cap 2 or crit chance. And if that's the case, then support Paladin does not offer too much. Besides making him very tanky, but it's usually not a big problem anyway when you have any support in the party.
That looks worn. I can break that down.
Yeah, true, there's the Laura as well. I forgot about the Laura actually. Laura's pretty good. Yeah, so the support Paladin might still be a bit more damage than the support Barb if Field of Crimson doesn't work. But you have like less pulling. Like Polo. Good starter build. How to get fast to tier 6 because you need a Mythic Spark. Well, I said earlier, Vasasa, you should check our Maxroll guides, they give you guidance. I'm not sure what build you're even doing. I can't really just give you like some guidance now when I don't even know that. So it sounds like you have a lot of items already available, so if you just piece them together properly, then you should absolutely cruise through 60, 70, 80 very soon. You already have some mythics and stuff. Just see Rex's 100 diff per run, Anaconda, Snake, Chain Temple. I don't know. Do I care? Five minutes, T4, Varshan, solo, Kek. Wait, what? For real?
You can still use these.
Glyphs not leveled and none of the uniques yet. And they decided, yes, it's time for T4 bosses. Okay. Oof, guildmates. 07.
You can still use these.
If it says right here and then it shows Bayana, that is not intended. But likely the thing that is in the planner is correct. It usually doesn't matter much, it's a very small difference. The tree is correct, yeah. But in doubt, it's usually a tree that's correct. Because that's easier to change. What's the chance of a purified pieces dropping? More than 0. But I don't know anything beyond that.
Forge is always.
Yeah, I also want to play Wild Mercs, man. I hope you're gonna get an option to play Wild them and still get a benefit. I want to get like a, you know, Book of the Dead, sacrifice style effect for the Mercs. That would be nice. PvP, any fun? No. Why not? Because it's like a one-shot fiesta. So it's kind of stupid in this game.
Don't ruin all that work.
World Boss in 20. I have to go there actually. I have to do every single World Boss and to get a Prankster.
That looks warm. Then come back if you need the forge.
What happened here? Spotify? Okay.
can I help? I can break that down.
What is the bug exactly, Shotgun, by the way, for Mordor? I know there's some bugs going on, but I'm curious to hear what's happening. Good night, Nikon. It shows previous battle pass outfits they couldn't own and can't equip. Interesting. Any other bugs? Crazy idea, but in last update picture on Leaderboards, they did not have Paladin. You imagine tomorrow Leaderboard launch, no Paladin. That'll be great. But Paladin is just gonna make randomly distribute into the other solo letters, you know. There's gonna be a Paladin on the Diablo board and a Paladin on the Necro board.
The forge is ready for whatever you need. can I help?
Hi, Wilmore. Oh, sounds good. Enjoy. Oh, Sheep Iron. 2.3k. It has been actually pretty stable. I kind of spent and gained the same. I had like 2.2, 2.3 after the goblins, and well, I spent 700,000 up the side, 750k, and I stayed at the same Leaf Iron.
The forge is ready for whatever can still use these.
Lizard wipe. I was like, wait a minute, I know that guy. If PHC doesn't get a shit together, Maxroll is going to end up just having to shut down an LE team. It's probably not that bad, but I could imagine that maybe at some point some of them will just move on, right? And if you lose people like Lizard or some of the others even, right? Like they're all pretty integral on the team, I'd say.
Come back if you need the forge.
I mean, Lizard has like 10,000 hours in LE or some shit. And the other guys also, like, you know, Bina, Tarek. They've been playing this game a shit ton. They also work full-time jobs. Yeah, for sure. I mean, at least not enough to sustain, for sure. Is there no rapid fire build anymore? We have rapid fire, yes. Rapid fire is a rogue skill. And at least usually we maintain a guide on Maxroll for it, but it's not really that hot right now. Used to be a very good build though. Yeah, I think it has been downgraded to a planner only build. But we have it here, if you look at the planner section. Oh! Time to slam. Let's see what I got. Okay, not too bad.
See some steel you need? There's a one.
Which of these two? Which one I mean, Sora?
Some solid bits here. More there than I thought.
Out there tomorrow hits at what time? In 20 hours, we expected.
Some solid bits here.
Paladin or Judgement or something else. Judgement is the strongest build in the game right now. Paladin is like number 3 maybe. But Paladin is also just the best overall build. So Paladin is kinda balanced.
More there than I thought. There's a one. Use it well.
Yes, yes, I have wares beautiful and handy.
Damn it. Looking for legendary power. Got 2. It's a 1 in 11. That's not the one. It's also not the one. Well, we go back to Belial. Never mind, we go to Royal Boss. There was a restart in PoE 2, by the way. You should check that out, like a few days ago, Alam. No, there was like a community private league for like 50,000 people. I need more cooldown. Can't say there's no cooldown. Can't horse. Let me horse. Whose Pirate League is it? I don't know. I mean, you're gonna find it easily. There's like 50,000 people in there, so... As long as that shit temple is there. I mean, they restarted it so that people don't have fucked up economy and so on. The temple is still there, but you have to build it from scratch. Kind of funny when you kill Wandering Death, like everything pops out instantly at the same time. It's so odd. Oh, wait a minute, there's a Dance of Nice Rogue here.
Excellent fight.
Back to Belial.
What is
Thank you. Serious Lee, what is up? I don't farm Belial. I need Harmony with a 38% plus affix and tenacity aspect. That's why we're here. Being season 11 is one of the best seasons in a long time. I think it must be the best season in at least 2.5 years. What's my opinion on Meteor right now? Better played in Diablo 3. Could use a status of Static Sank instead of a Legendary Ring. It's a pretty big loss. But, I mean, you need a Static somewhere if you want to do this.
Forge is always hot.
The boss is like, well, stop dropping the corrupted eyes after a few tries. And they stop dropping if you have 20 in your inventory. So you can leave them on the ground and then pick them all up at the end. But trust me, you don't want to do that. There's a problem creating a party invite. Fuck, I might as well. You did and got kicked out of the group after, lost a bunch. This is a buff. Like, you really don't want to have 100 of these corrupted mats and then stand at Asmodan for like 3 hours. Trust me. Don't do it. Okay, fresh supply. I actually need to start selling some shit again, because this was costly. 9 billies. Oof.
Greetings. Thank you.
How many husks do we have? Maybe I should stop buying husks at some point. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 stacks. Okay, that's a lot of husks. No. Didn't check those scissors.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
You're cooked, Emma.
Excellent.
Multiply vulnerable consistently as Oradin. Yes, you just need to exist and you will spawn wolves, and the wolves have vulnerable. The damage scale further than the pits. I expect tower and pit to have the same scaling. Or both monster health and monster damage. So generally, I think the tower will be a bit harder.
will use these.
Hi, Kyoko Zoni. Thank you so much. I'm doing great. How about you? Really? I paid the same as softcore prices for husks? That's actually wild. I just paid 3 billion per stack. Nice. Mostly Chinese gold sellers controlling the market with thousands of them. Interesting. I guess just like buy them all up or what?
The forge is always home.
The price is so far today. What is happening? Okay, we're getting all palms here. What's going on? 40% ancestral, like 3 of them in a row. A tower starts in 19.5 hours. Are you ready?
The forge is always hot.
To do crackling energy, Dillinger. That's the way. Your Paragon 249. Well, if you're 249 now, then forget about getting 300. Just play that Sork and have fun. I said it earlier, Crafter, it's in 19.5 hours.
There's that.
Maxroll, down 5 GA, double damage. It depends on what is your signification. Like you want to get an offensive power on it most likely. So you want to have that plus an offensive power that is actually useful. There's not that many of them. Or at least you want something like extra strength or so signified, I guess, or even like attack speed or crit or cooldown or something. So there's maybe like, I don't know, like a 1 in 4 chance to sanctify something okay on it. And the drop itself, let's say from Belial, you probably get one of those every 100 kills maybe, I guess. Hi, Orion. +4 item quality. Log out. Actually, item quality is not really the worst. You get like a juicy 20% plus quality roll. You can get an extra righteousness rank, get some strength and dex, strength and life, and then also the extra double damage, I guess.
Come back if you need the forge.
And I didn't expect it to take so long to get the harmonies, but it's rough to roll them, man. Okay, I need to start finding a new buyer for my ping gorges. The Anspann doesn't want them anymore. Unlucky. Any pain gorger enjoyers? Any bars, rogues? Wait, our stream? Nope. Yeah, it sounds like it's not really worth Ember. Or they got a very good signification there. Unlucky.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Did you get anything crazy though?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Missing a gem slot in Shroud is not so bad, I guess. Could be worse. If you have some good Sanctify, it is what it is.
The forge is always hot.
Time.
Managed to save some for the fall.
Anyone interested in Fist of Fate? Or Pain Gorges, I have so many of them. They're stacking up here. I have a lot of harmonies again, actually. It's about time, actually. I think we paid our debts here. Those harmonies. It's around a 1% chance or so, I think, to get what I want. Which is not really terrible odds. But I'll be glad to be done with these at some point.
Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. There's a one. Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. There's a one.
I hope you appreciate that. Akarat's blessing on that one. Good business, good business.
Legendary power. Okay. 2. 3. 4. It's a 1 in 11. 5. 6. Oh my god, 7. Okay, this must be one of them. 20 max resource, that's kind of funny actually. I wonder if that's better than the resource cost reduction actually. I would have to map that. Got the healthy bubble. Nope. GA. Oh my god. 15 block chance per resolve. Once upon a time, guys. Look at this. What actually the max one, and 1 to 15. I got the highest. Wild. Do I save this? Nah. F. F. Unreal. Okay, we're never lucky actually, these fucking helms, holy. Okay, math. What shots do we have? 22.5 and nothing. So right now, let's calculate it right now. Oh shit, I forgot something. Okay, again. We have 318. And we have 14 here. Okay. So das ist our capital here. And we have this on the adaptability. So that's our multi. Okay, and now we have extra resource. 23. Now we have this again for adaptability. Oof, it's almost exactly the same actually. That's funny. So resource cost reduction wins by 1.1%. Interesting. So in that case, actually this helm wins because there's 40. This one has only 38.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
We also have the other issue that we're gonna run into too much resource cost reduction when you have starters. Also, I've got the potion. Now I wonder what this calculation will say when I include the potion actually. Let's try this again. Like the relative difference is virtually the same. 1.5. Okay, so it is. It was like 1.1 earlier, right? Now it's 1.5 when I include the potion with the extra resource cost reduction. So it kind of exponentially scales a little bit better when you already have a lot of resource cost reduction. Okay. Anyway, let's take this as the number 1. And this is the backup. I guess there's actually one other thing to consider here, which is that extra maximum resource is harder to fill up. When I don't have minutes on, I actually have to fill it myself. So in that case, resource cost reduction is actually better. I'm not sure if I ever saved a shroud that has resource cost reduction, to be honest. But that is actually a thing. So in that case, resource cost reduction might win, actually. How good is percent fire damage sank? Well, if you do fire damage, it's decent, especially on a defensive slot. How many scores per hour do you get if you min-max hordes? 50.
Your efforts are for naught.
19 hours, thanks. I think that's pretty clearly the 84% CND. How long does it take to realistically reach Paragon 300 if you're a semi-good player? If you're just playing the game, you'll probably reach it by like 150 to 200 hours. If you try, maybe like 100, or even faster if you really try. World record pace would be something like 50, 60 hours, I would say, from season launch. Now you can probably like, you know, I mean, there's like a huge economy now, right? So you can like profit from that. So you can do it relatively quick, I guess.
The forge is ready for what can still use these.
The tier list is going to change. We're gonna move a bit of Spiritborn stuff up, and besides that, not really much is changing. I mean, we're gonna exclusively focus on the tower once it's out in terms of making a push tier list. But, you know, most builds don't change. It's just the difference of, okay, you know, the tower works a little bit different than the pit. So builds that are bad at single target gonna suffer a little bit. Or builds that are bad at finishing off elites and these kind of things. So they will be like mildly worse compared to pushing pit. Because they can't, you know, have ads on the boss, for example, in the tower. There's no ads and stuff like that. But besides this, yeah, I mean, good builds are good and bad builds are bad, so nothing really changes. I think Spiritborn Barbican will compete with Paladin on solo and two-man tower. No and hell no, actually. But it will be very fun. I would like to play with a Spiritborn in party, actually. I want to see Payback Spiritborn in action. I wonder if I can find someone who has like a really big Spiritborn. I mean, 2-man or so, you can probably do like 140 with Spiritborn. You can in soft corner? Yeah, Oradin doesn't actually care that much about ads on bosses anymore, because they have the wolves and they do single target pretty well. We'll do a good night's sleep to blast tomorrow. Yeah, don't worry. Was a lot of helms. Shanko sanked on it while refusing on Judgement over Perdition. Yeah, unfortunately skill ranks don't really do much to you. Like your main skill is not really buffing, or not really getting buffed by skill ranks or something, so on Judgement it's kinda bad. I mean, you're very tanky with it, I guess, but you're a Paladin already. You get a bunch of cooldown, but you hit 75% cooldown with good gear anyway. So you don't really get much from a Shaco, to be honest. Resource is also worthless. Or even a downside in the case of Aho Quack's rune setup. Something like Aura then would be kinda nice, I guess. Skill ranks are pretty strong there. Okay, Ali. Have you on a list? Can you add me? If I'm from Belial. Are you? Fuck. I don't think I fixed the Bane to first breath bug, no. Tower is in 19 hours, Devo. Yeah, for sure, Rainbow. It's gonna be so many wonderful surprises, I guess. Undocumented, I'm sure. Undocumented +2 passes now works. Oof. I'll be an oof, man.
can I help?
Oh no, there's Coiling Walls dropping here too. It's just gonna clutter everywhere now. Slowly. Someone I won't be able to click the blacksmith anymore. Is it worth keeping? Not really, I guess. 270. I'm really not in the mood to see Coiling Walls everywhere, Mark. Is there a way to get rid of them? No, right? What is the best way to spend Coiling Ward? Jewelry. And Coiling Ward is for armor pieces. Jewelry is sigil, I think? Yeah. Actually crazy, I have double the Coiling Ward compared to the other two. I guess you don't spend it as much when like masterworking and so on, right? And I guess you generally just get more armor pieces than the jewelry. Crafted blacksmith bags. I need to check what they actually need. Edge Master does not work for Judgement. Gonna do Ascendance runs. Maybe actually. I've been here for a while. Wouldn't mind doing something else. Maybe I'm gonna stay on a Spirit one actually, even though it's not great for Ascendance, but I wanna Gamba Rings actually. Oh, I could do it on Rogue actually. The rings are the same on the Rogue, so I guess I do it on Rogue. Only have 300, unfortunate man. What are you gonna do when you run out? Actually, what was in 25?
See some steel, you put those pieces to good use. Managed to save some for the forge.
Okay, gonna do this quick slam session. Maybe gonna get it now. We have not that many, but 13, 14. Okay. Not terrible odds.
There's a new one.
I'm like picking it up now slowly. So it needs one coding ward to masterwork.
Some solid
And then for whatever reason you need abstruse sigils for the masterwork crit. And not coding wards, I just realized. What? That is strange.
oh, there we go.
And then for the reroll you need nothing besides Leaf Iron and a bit of other side. Did they ever enable Hellfire? That's coming back tomorrow. So I'm definitely not going there on the world boss. How much do I want for the Pain Gorges? Yeah, they're all like 800, I think 115% plus FX and yeah, like a J on something. So like that. So we can say like 100 M prepare if you want. I have a lot actually, like 35.
Some solid bits here.
In Blizzard we trust, for sure. 100 million each, Pain Gorger, yes. I have 35 of them. If you take them all, it's like 3.5 billion. You can take 10. Okay. Anyone else wants Pain Gorgers? Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. Didn't we check if I got any legendary powers? Looks grim here. Ah. Never mind. Oh, I have a really crappy roll on this, so let's just hope this is fine. But it's a 40%. Here's the dex. Okay, I got our helm actually. Oof. Okay. We win. Yeah, almost perfectly the worst roll. But okay, I think it should be fine anyway. It should be fine. So I'm just gonna cope now. Good luck. More calling mods. Anyone else is pink gorgeous? They add math conversions back in the game. They just added a lot of math conversions. They remake my account? Yes, actually. Fungus. This account was renamed for a little while before I went back to this name. Like 7 years ago or so. Almost 7, I think. 6.5. So I got a 5-digit tag. Got any huge upgrade? Well, I just finished my helm actually. So that was nice. Yeah, this aspect. I was waiting for this aspect. Actually, how much armor does it lose? 290. Okay, it's 3% toughness. Yeah, that's what it is, I guess. So it's a 40%, so I can't really complain, I guess. Missing a bit of dex, a bit of all-stars, a bit of toughness, but okay. So we're waiting for this aspect here. Okay, so basically my Spiritborn is ready with all uniques. Although the Capalitic... Wait, that's not the right one. That's also not the right one. Okay, this one is okay, 0.69 and has a 60% retribution. So it will kind of depend on where I hit stuff, right? So we want retribution, we want Edge Masters, we want Conceited. So I guess these are the 3 big aspects. And then there's Accelerating, which wouldn't hurt. Then there's Inner Calm, which we don't have space for anyway. And I'm probably not gonna hit anything on the neck, right? Like the neck is like oof. So I want to concede it. And an Edge Masters. Look at this man, so close. It's a 0.75. And I got Neseke on it, man. Oof. So close. Yeah, we get starters on that thing, that is ridiculous. But we have starters temerities. But we also have grandfather temerities, so we could pivot a little bit. But yeah, anyway. Maybe we're gonna send some more Capelicus at some point. Maybe I should check actually, like, how much can I get from a better one? So we had, say, 300 resource. Then we have starters. Then we have amulet roll. And then we have potion. So we have a resource pool of 1032. If we don't have more from like the ring or something. Yeah. Actually, how much resource construction do I have? Potion. Wait. Okay. Maybe just assume 75 RCR. This makes it easier. So let's say 305 resource. So 1220 pool times 0.75. And now we have a 69. Nice. So this will be quite a difference. 7.3%. 7.3% is the difference for sure, I can notice that. But it has a pretty decent retribution. But I would actually like to have conceded here, I guess. That would be even better. So you want a GA double damage. You want a high resource, and you want a high affix. And then you want conceded. Yeah, oh boy. But the good thing is, it's like, I don't know, like a 50-50 almost to get one of the aspects I care about when I get a legendary power added. So the chances are actually pretty good. No way. What was the best class at the moment? You just started? Paladin. Okay, so beating cheeks, are we grouping up now or what? Are we gonna do some other cities? We can do a bit. I've done too many Belials today. We also have World Boss in 14 minutes. And I wanna be a B real quick. Oh. Where'd I go? All the Belial mats? I bought them mostly. Some people also gave me some. Here come the Shadow Blasters. Yeah, let's just start this. If anyone wants to join for Ascendance, let me know. I mean, we have plenty. We don't need people to open if we don't have any. You can just leech. Just add me. I will BRB for the first run though, beaten. So just run it and I'll come back before the boss. Okay, we're back. One course and drop glyphs. Glyphs top just about anywhere once you're at 60. Usually like whisper caches and just running a pit is fine. You know, you usually run pit anyway for a little bit at the start when you crash at 60. And Spawn is coming, okay. One spot guys, anyone wants to leech Ascendance? Okay, so let's desync the opening a little bit. So I'm gonna gamble now. And then I'm gonna...
You so enjoy Now that you won't find another one. It was marvelous seeing you.
The next one. You have to gamble next. Yeah, I'm empty now, so you can gamble and I'll open. No you, bear. I don't see a request. Did he add me? Okay, now it's actually just you, Bearfuku. Okay, here comes Spacey. I got 2 requests here, so maybe we can like also stop it. Yo, 10 scrolls of restoration. Okay. I'll take that. Beastfall boots. They're very good actually. Are they sellable? GI resource, Beastfall? Ah wait, we wanted to invite. There's more. So let's go with Spacey first. I think they were first. What was the other one who just requested on me? I gotta have 200 MS, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. You gamble now and we run. That's how I want to do it. Hard to keep up with the Death Trap rogue. Oh, you want to TP in? I see I have a Shaco equipped down in 260 Paragon. You should be tanky to just run with us and you don't have to lose all the ovals and stuff, no? Just stay nearby and it's okay. You put in like a Bulwark and a Exile rune or something. Okay, I mean you can also like just get your setup a bit set up now, basically. Okay. And just make sure you TP in time, basically, for the boss, since you can see it. There's only like a few seconds delay. Why does Harley always have something in item showcase like every day? What is happening? Okay, now is the time to DP. I don't think I'm really looking for much else, right? Just the rings, and I'm not really gonna try to gear up this rogue anyway, so it's fine. You can like leave dungeon and can like instantly open the next one because you come out at the door. Should try that. When it's not your turn to gamble, just leave dungeon.
Some compliments.
Good materials here.
Wear it proudly, dear.
Hey, I kill. How to unlock tower. You clear the second capstone dungeon, which is season rank 2. Then you go to bed and wake up in 18 hours. And you've done it. World boss now. Asmodan, okay. We should go there, I guess. "18 hours sleep, the dream." That's very long sleep for sure. Okay, where is it? Okay, just done. Guys can TP on me. Shit. Nice, one guy blasting. Imagine there wasn't a stupid resilient DPS cap and you would actually see the damage go up when he staggered. Holy. Nothing here from these sigils. Yeah, let's go. What do you want to see? I kill this. Exactly cost coding wards to be crafted. Per masterwork, it's 1 coding ward, I noticed. On armor pieces. So that's incredible. Then I don't know, tempering maybe as well, a little bit. Enchanting maybe. Doesn't work with vendor items. What do you mean doesn't work? That's Oathmaker, Heartseeker. No, this is just normal Heartseeker. I guys need to TP in here. The boss. Last thing I played was Season 1. Yeah, do the best of the questline. It's actually the fastest way to level if it's a fresh start, but also you get to see the story. And you get introduced to the mercs and the runes and some stuff.
Been fighting hard?
Oh, such a wear it proudly. Now that's just where I do so love to see a customer satisfied. Wear it, not bad. Don't be gone long now.
What? The season quest after that. Yeah, do the West of Valley campaign. It's not that long anyway. And then you're gonna be probably something like level 40 or 50 or so, and then you can start doing like all the seasonal stuff. And you know, get to level 60. Level 60 is when the game starts, basically. Before that is just kind of tutorial. Yeah, maybe there's no glyphs dropping here. Might be more pit and whispers and bosses then. I figured here as a boss and it would also drop. But I can't click the fucking blacksmith. That's a big ring here.
Where? I do so love to. Oh, such a shame. Well, do come again.
It's also a big ring. Okay, we're getting rings slowly.
Not like I used to anyway.
Yeah, I like coding walls a lot. Problem is this guy's playing Paladin, so there's never any monsters left here that I can shadow step to. Unlucky. These guys didn't even spawn, they didn't even show. What? Monsters just like evaporate in the glory of his presence. Ain't no way they put effort into fixing materials before expansion. Yeah, I guess next season will be a lot more short-lived though, right? Because it's gonna be a very short season, it's gonna be the last season before the expansion, it's probably not gonna be like a lot, very big changes. Most of the competition will be like early in the season, not late in the season like now, and so on. Okay, Spaceman, so I hope you got something. Got a spot. Okay, can we remake the party by the way, and I take the lead or something? Because I have two rogues that can barely dash around here. I think on Aura then evading might be a bit more chill with the latency. You have a buddy, okay. Season 12 is gonna be double goblins, that's the theme. That's almost where it started in D3. D3, I think the double goblins was that season 13? I think, or something like that. Or maybe it was season 12, actually. Season theme double goblins. Big. Orphan Maker. Wonder if that's worth saving.
Stick to the trees and keep safe.
Now that I do so love to see. Oh, stars! Ah, not bad. But you could do much better.
Max, I'll buy. It's a very strange question, I must say. Oh, what? That's mine to accept. Oops. I thought I opened. I just saw it at the end. Thanks, Dogs. Let me know when it's out. All good, Max. I think they're both not terrible. Wir sind jetzt eine Donkey Kong soundtrack. No. I know. I'm not sure what it sounds like. Mastering aura potency or damage reductions. He must be going for potency but concerned about survivability. I'm talking about shield or what? Yeah, generally I would say damage reduction. Damage reduction masterwork is really strong on a shield. And the potency doesn't really add that much in terms of extra value. You probably want to do other traits, like maybe convert a life roll to a strength roll on a ring or something like that. If you want to get damage instead of toughness. But damage reduction on a shield is like the best stat for defense, basically. I'll save that then, kitty. I'll check it out.
I've antiquities. Where? Now that stars. I do so love to see. Oh, such a shame. Try again.
OGA. Dex cooldown. Might be sellable. Oh my god. Wait, why is he always in Garriga, man? What's going on? It's baited, man. Wait, where's it? Who's in the run? Someone open, no? There's no one in there. I got double debated.
I could use some assistance.
Sounds like it's pretty OP, Max. Adds proof. Sounds insane, actually. You get these alpha makers, yeah. You can link, Dogs. Is it needed for Focus or GA, or can you slam non-GA too? Focus you go for GA for sure. It has DPS. It's just like a weapon. Who's 78? Computer skill increases bonus by 100% for 2 seconds. So this would be like roughly a 8-9% loss or so. 6 extra, 6 marks and skills. There's a double projectile as well. I guess that's kind of... Actually, is that important? No. Double push is actually not important on the sweat. How can I max out my gear more than it is now? In this rogue there's a lot of optimizations I can do. Only have the Shaco here right now, there needs to be a grandfather, a Starless, and then we need like a conceited in a calm. Does he not see this thing? Some all skill ranks on the rings. Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I think it's in the Discord. It's the Heartseeker. Alphatosis. Exclamation mark builds.
Wear it proudly, dear. Not now, that just won't. Fortune has chosen you and you alone. I do so love. That's just. You won't be gone long now.
The min-maxing is very rigged. Yeah, because of sanctification, it has become like 10 times harder to min-max your gear, basically, or so. So where previously you would max out or close to it in like 20 hours, maybe it's more like 200 now. So you have to farm a lot more items, you have to sanctify them all, get the right outcomes. And then, I mean, you can still farm, you know, better stuff. Basically now, it just never ends. But at least you get like almost all the way there in like, you know, 100 to 200 hours, I guess. Boy, do I have news for you. Yeah, you should go to sleep and wake up in 18 hours. Funkish. Just forget everything. Just come back in 8 hours. I'm smiling. I'm a happy person.
Well done.
Where? Oh, such a... That's just too bad. It was marvelous seeing you.
You have a favorite game music soundtrack or a game where I found the music really memorable and enjoyable? I think Warcraft and World of Warcraft. Age of Empires 1 also has a really nice soundtrack. Faster Than Light is not bad. I actually had that in my playlist for a little bit. At some points.
Come in, not like I used to anyway.
I mean, I really like the PoE 2 soundtracks, to be honest. PoE 1, I guess, as well.
Where it... You won't find another one of those so easily.
I guess.
You look like you've seen battle.
Worth buying Paladin DLC now? Yes. It's not really a reason not to if you're planning to play the expansion anyway. You just get a Paladin for free earlier, basically. And we're like 1 month into the season now. Exactly, actually.
do so. Stars. You won't. Oh, such a not my. Now that is sure to catch some compliments.
Been fighting hard?